Aluhu. Eshadala Hanolea Botenu Wabiarumabi Wabiako. Atakwados, Weshemekakwados, Baru Shemeka Lolam Wae. Wishamu Bene Israel, Shabbat, Lasso, Shabbat, the Dorotam, the Ola. Beni Bene Israel, Oti Lola. Kisha Shek Arimasa El Shaddai, where Shabai, where Ta'adet, Ubayom Mashbi, Shabbat, Warina Flash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Emineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlo Lolam Wahed. Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto Lolam Wahed. Baruch Kabol Lohim Min Kamo Melech Elyon. Aluhu Lolam Wahed. Blessed be his name. Whose glorious kingdom is forever and ever. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Where's your passion? Where's your passion and your determination to serve God? Huh? Where's your passion to serve this God, man? Because guess what? You are your own boosters. I say you are your own boosters. Like my father always said, when I'm gone, ain't nobody here gonna boost you but you. You are your own boosters. And when you are away, this is why, listen. God has gave me a father to equip me. God has gave me a father to equip me and to show me the severity of serving this God. Able to show me when I'm able to discern when I'm slipping. Able to show me and know what to look for. And the beginning of us slipping away from God. The beginning of us slipping away from God is turning away from his laws. My father told someone, he said, when you are not around your people, when you are not around people that serve God like you gotta be extra strong. 10 times stronger than what you are. If you have any strength in you, you got to be 10 times stronger than that. Because by me being away from the fires, by me being away from people that serve God, from people that have the same mindset as you. What is the same mindset? What do I mean by having the same mindset? The same mindset means we have the same goals in life. We got the same goals in life. My goal is your goal. And what are the goals? To reach the height of righteousness. To reach the height of righteousness. But Joshua, you know what Joshua said? In Joshua chapter 24, he said, ye cannot serve the Lord. He told the people that. He said, y'all can't serve God. He said, because he's a holy God. He's a holy God. And because the Creator is a holy God, he gave us holy laws. Those laws, those commandments, those statutes that we read in that verse 5 are holy laws, commandments, and statutes coming directly from the mouth of God. There's no loopholes in those laws. He said the laws of God is perfect. I said the laws of God is perfect. And what it said after that? He said, converting the soul. When you look up the word for convert in the Hebrew, it says to restore. Anything that gets restored has to give back. So in order to restore life, you have to lose it. But people want to dodge certain things in the book. You can't dodge that. Because when you die, that's not it. That's the beginning. Good. That's the beginning of it. You can't dodge that. To convert. In the Hebrew, it means to restore, means to give back. So when we live these laws, commandments, and statutes according to the way God said, according to the way God said, guess what? When I lose my life, God is going to give me back my life. You guys don't have to believe it. None of you guys got to believe it. And the reason why you have a hard time believing it is because you block. You're cut off. And God don't want you. So therefore, there's no incentive. There's no drive to push you to do these things. Because in the back of your mind, when I die, that's it. So again, Joshua looked towards the people. He said, y'all can't serve God. He said, ye cannot serve the Lord. Because he's a holy God. You know what else? Because we have a hard time letting go. We have a hard time letting go of our past. And you can't despise your past because you're always going around it. You don't despise it. It's a thin line between you dipping back into your past life, which God has denounced. Which God has denounced. We were speaking about this last night. God brought you to the door. Yeah. You know what the door was? The door is you meeting God and learning about yourself and how you're supposed to be living your life.
That's right.
And God left the door open. But you refuse to walk through that door.
That's right.
You refuse to walk through that door. You're hesitating to go head straight through that door. What is holding you back from going through that door? What is holding you back from pushing towards the things that is lawful and right by God? Because there's an entity called the adversary. And his job is to detour you away from serving God. So he conjures up and he stirs up and he conjures up and he stirs up ideas and belief. And you know what? It all starts in your cotton picking head. Right in your head. And then you start believing it and then you start questioning it. You start believing in it and you start questioning it. Now, the only one that can close that door that God left open for you to come through is you. You're the only one that can close that door. Yeah. God left the door open. You know what the door is? Moses said, my arms is stretched out, left open, waiting for you to return to me. God is waiting for you to return to me. That's why he saw fit to show you his laws. Because he wants you to return. But he didn't show him. Neither did he show her. But he saw some type of good in you to show you who I am, who God is. Now, you got to make the first step.
Gave you a chance.
You have to make the first step in pushing towards God so God could guide you and be your teacher. We got to learn to regard the things, and respect the things, have affection for things, only for what God regards. Regard the things that God regards.
That's right.
Respect the things that God respects.
That's right.
Consider the things that God consider. You know why? Because whatever you regard will determine your actions and your actions and your opinions.
Yeah.
Whatever you respect will determine your actions and your opinions, your thoughts. Huh? Let's go, listen. Let's go to 2nd Ezra. Let's go to 2nd Ezra. 2nd Ezra, chapter 1, verse 5. We're in the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha, in Greek, the word apokryphos means hidden. This book was separated. It's a 400-year separation from between the Old Testament and the New Testament. And this book was separated from that. Why? Because there's a lot of things in this book. It's a lot of keys. And it's straight and direct. And people run from this book. It was separated from the Bible, from the Old Testament. Let's read it. Let's read
Verse 5. Go thy way and show my people their sinful deeds.
Go thy way.
And show my people their sinful deeds.
Go your way and show thy people, show my people their sinful deeds. Which means what? Ezra had to go to these people, a nation of people, and show them where they're going wrong at with God. I gotta go and correct these people and show them where they're going wrong at with God. We can't do that today. I mean, we can do it, but when you do it, people look at you and tell you that you're throwing stones, you're throwing darts, you talking about me, anything but to acknowledge your ways, anything but to acknowledge your fault, anything but to acknowledge your ways and your fault before God. Correct yourself. But the normal reaction of people is to muffle their faults and glorify yours. That's pride. That's pride. That is one of the beginning stages of pride. Because people find it hard to acknowledge their fault. The people, when these people was warned, listen, man, they took Jeremiah and buried him. They took Jeremiah and dropped him in the pit, in a well. You know how hundreds and hundreds of feet down was those wells. He was so deep into that well, he was sinking. A eunuch had to come and deliver him out of that well. Ebed-Melech. Deliver him with rags and tie him together to pull him out of that well. You know why? Look at the mindset of Jeremiah, which was a righteous man. Okay? And children are not raised this way no more. Children are not shown this way no more, because nobody read the book to follow according to what the book says. God told Jeremiah that he was ordained to be a prophet from the womb. You know what Jeremiah told God? He said, I am a child. He said, what I look like going to these grown people talking about thus saith the Lord, which means what? The ways of God is in the book. Stay in the child's place, man. I said, stay in the child's place. You don't step to no grown up talking about boom, boom, and blah, blah. You know why? Because ain't no such thing as disrespect in the book. That's right. Ain't no such thing as disrespect in the book. Isn't that what Paulie always said? Isn't that what Paulie always said?
That's right. That's right. Chop about it.
But the one place that a child stayed was in their place. And they didn't go confronting grown-ups.
No. Talk about it.
They didn't go and confront grown-ups. Okay? They didn't do that. That's the ways of God.
Yeah.
Jeremiah ain't moved that way. So when you teach your child any other way than what we read here in the book, you following the ways and the customs of heathens and pagans. Let's read it.
Go thy way and show my people their sinful deeds and their children their wickedness which they have done against me. That they may tell their children's children.
He said, go your way. Show my people their sinful deeds so that you can transfer and recollect and mention this to your children and then your children's children. And we keep this going on for generation after generation and generation. It don't stop here. It don't stop here. Let's read it.
Because the sins of their fathers are increased in them.
Because the sins of their fathers has been increased in them. Like my brother said, it's hard. Yes, it's hard, especially for a person that's just coming to learn about themselves, because it's a thing called generational iniquity.
Generational curse.
Generational curse. My mother and my father didn't teach me this. Their mother and their father didn't teach me this. Teach them this. And this is coming new with you. You're the only one out of the whole family and generation that God saw fit to show you. Go ahead, read.
Because the sins of their fathers are increased in them, for they have forgotten me.
The sins of their fathers has increased in them. We cannot allow the iniquities and the sins of our forefathers to increase in us. The only way to stop that, we got to repair the breach. We got to draw the line and not follow in the ways and the customs of our fathers, of our mothers that don't have the understanding of God. Okay? They don't have the understanding of God. So now certain things I have to play with I gotta take certain things with a grain of salt. Certain things, if not everything, I gotta take with a grain of salt because they don't fear God. I said they don't fear God. They don't know God like you know him. So therefore, they're gonna say certain things that is not our custom. That is not in our ways of serving God. Let's read it.
For they have forgotten me and have offered unto strange gods.
How we forgotten him? Well, we ain't offering the strange gods, but we have forgotten God. You know how we forget God? When the woman go put on pants. You know how we forgot God? When the men go shave and cut off them hair. You know how we forgot God? When we go eat blood and fat. You know how we forget God? When we stop convocating and doing the things that is necessary for the Shabbat. You know how we forgot God? By carrying burdens. Carrying pans and drinks on Shabbat and books. Leaving the house. I'm going to service. And you go to service, your family and your children walking out with all types of burdens and things in their heads. What kind of Shabbat are you keeping?
Work. Mind.
I said, what kind of Shabbat are you keeping? You ain't keeping God's Shabbat. Because there's only one way to keep this day holy. God said it. It's ready. We read it here. There's only one way to keep the day holy. But the same people, they got them daughters putting out pants. They got them family bringing out burdens, eating blood and fat. Is lying and want to talk with me. You can't talk loud with me. You can't talk book with me, man.
Me neither.
You can't talk book with me, and I don't want to talk book with you, man. Ain't nothing to talk about. Until you stop shaving your head, until you stop eating blood and fat, stop carrying burdens, stop allowing your daughters to put on pants, talking about it ain't tight, and shorts. That's not our custom, man. But guess what? The children today are Americanized. I said the children that we are having today are Americanized. They're Americanized. And we as parents is trying to instill something in them that's not in them. It ain't in them to serve God. We think because you go to teaching, you're serving God.
No, break it down.
Huh? You think that's all you have to do?
Run it down.
Do you think that's all that is required for you to do?
Run it down. Run
I
it
said,
down.
do we think that's all that is required?
No.
It's a whole list to cover, man.
Run it down.
It's a whole list to cover. To be approved by God.
Yeah.
To gain his attention. To be regarded by God. It's a list we got to cover, man.
Yeah.
It takes a lifetime to cover those things.
Yeah.
It don't take no minutes, hours, just to cover. No.
You're going to die covering.
You're going to die trying to cover it.
Yeah.
And you ain't going to cover it 100%. Huh? Let's read it. Again, I just remembered something that I was supposed to speak about. Hanukkah. Okay? We know what that means. It's not about giving gifts. It's not about setting up menorah. It's not about no Hanukkah bush. Hanukkah is about the rededication of the altar. That's it. That's it. It's in commemoration of when the altar got desecrated.
Yeah.
That's it. It ain't nothing about a menorah. It ain't nothing about giving gifts. It ain't nothing about none of that. And when we start adding things in, you profane it.
Yeah, want to be like the people.
Okay? Right now, we are in the second day of Hanukkah in commemoration of the rededication of the altar, not the rededication of the temple.
That's right.
Okay? Let's read it.
Am not I even he that brought them out of the land of Egypt in the
You
house
hear
of
that?
bondage?
That's God. Only God talk like that. He said, am not I even he? Those are terminologies that we can't use.
That's right.
You can't look and say, man, I am he. No, that's God's title.
That's right.
That's God's title. One dude on the job, he said, man, I'm he, man. I am he. I said, don't say that. I said, stop saying that. I said, that's the title of God. He said, what are you talking about, man? I said, don't say that. That's the title of God. He said, I am he. He said, I'm the God that delivered you out of the hands of these Egyptians.
Right.
The same Egyptians that these people want to follow and worship. Talk about Horus, Apollo, Isis. All these deities and gods that these Egyptians have for different things.
God for everything.
A God for every situation. But our God solves all situations. He's the God of everything.
Right.
He's the all-seeing one.
That's right.
He sees all things.
Yeah.
Huh?
Before they
Past, present, future.
Before they make everything.
That's why he said, I am that I am. I shared where I shared. I will be that I will be. That's why, like I always say, at any given time, the glory of God can appear in a cloud.
Man.
And then next thing, he'll take Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock, make himself visible, remove his hand, and you see his back parts. That's a God, man. I said, that is the God that can come in any form or shape. He commanded Aaron and told him, he said, listen, before you come into the holies of holies, he said, make a thick smoke. Because if you come in here and you see me, he said, I'm going to kill you. He said, and make sure you put some bells and pomegranates on there. I got to hear when you're coming.
He said, no man shall see me and live.
No man going to see God and live. That's what God said. Let's read it.
But they have provoked me unto wrath and despised my counsels.
They had provoked me to wrath and despised my counsels. You know what's the counsels of God? I said, do we realize and know when God is counseling you? we gotta be able to peep it, because guess what? Today, God ain't coming to you directly to counsel you.
It's right here.
It's the book. Guess what else? People. Sometimes God will move a person in the spirit and move the person to correct you and tell you certain things about yourself and tell you certain things about God. You know why God is doing that to you? Because he wants you to change. He wants you to flip and change towards the better and start doing the things that is lawful and right by God. Huh? So he used different people to inform and advise and counsel other people that is going off. Because after the counsel, guess what happens? You don't want to know after God counsel you. After God counsel you and keep telling you, return, because those are all the words. All these holy and righteous words is to return back to God. Stop doing what you are doing. Don't do this. Stop doing this. Be careful of this. And you don't take heed. Sometimes, and most of the time, when you don't take heed, the door of repentance is shut. He said, okay, I already came to you and warned you. Okay, now it goes to the next level. Hold this. Ha! And he stretched forth his right hand upon you. Huh? You don't want God to put his right hand upon you. That's chastisement and reproof from God. Something is going to happen in your life because he already reproved you and told you.
Thus saith the Lord.
That's right.
My right hand shall not spare the sin.
That's right. That's a man. Those are heavy words.
Yes, sir.
Thus saith the Lord, my right hand shall not spare the sinners.
Yeah. No getting back from that.
And we got to understand and learn what is sin.
Right.
What is iniquity? Huh? What are things that we are doing that we are in the path of iniquity? Because guess what? Let's read. I'm even going to go into that. Let's read.
Pull on
Let's read.
then the hair of thy head, and cast all evil upon them.
Uh-huh.
But they have not been obedient unto my law. But it is a rebellious
He
people.
said, pull the hair off. Huh? Huh? Which means what? They wasn't bald. They had hair on their heads. Now you got Israelites balding their heads. They had hair on their heads. We didn't have barber shops. We didn't have hair and then bald the sides. What kind of clownery is this?
Clown.
Clowns. Israelites that know themselves. And the parents, the fathers and the mothers is allowing their children to do such things.
Yeah.
Huh? Allowing their children to do such abominable customs.
Yeah.
That has never been a custom in Israel.
Yeah.
It has never been a custom in Israel to bald your head.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Never. But Israelites don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
You see, one thing about me, and my father showed me, not because I violated means I'm not going to talk about it. Listen, that's what a teacher does. A teacher does that. Hey, I'll be up here talking about myself. Certain things I'll be messing up in and doing is I go up here, I come up here and I pat it. Not because I'm doing it means I'm not going to talk about it, because that is also medicine for myself. That's also repairing myself. That's also boosting and strengthening myself to stop what you are doing. So that's why I come up here and I talk about it. Why? Because I'm gearing myself to stop. I'm gearing myself to despise the things that God despises. I'm gearing myself to love the things that God loves. That's the only way to be accepted by God. The only way. Whatever God said is good is good. Whatever God said is bad. Allow yourself to accept that. That is called humbleness before God. Humble yourself before God and submit yourself to the will of God. Huh? Let's read it.
How long shall I forbear them unto who I have done so much?
Wait, what verse is that?
9.
Wait a minute. Verse 9. You know what God said? He said, how long shall I forbear them? You know what forbear means? To hold yourself back. He said, how long am I going to hold myself back from punishing these people, from hitting these people out? He said, I've been holding back. I've been restraining myself. I don't want to do it. Like you're telling your son keep messing up and violating and violating and violating. He said, listen, son, I've been talking to you more and more, often and often, over and over, and you don't want to listen. Now listen, son, I don't want to beat you.
Right.
I don't want to pick you up and hang you off a nail.
Okay.
I don't want to take you and turn you upside down.
Okay.
I don't want to do that. Please honor and respect and obey your father so that I don't have to do these things to you. That's an example. That's God talking to the nation.
Okay.
He's begging us to return before he bang you up.
Right.
And he used people to show you your faults.
Okay.
He used people to show you when you're going wrong at.
You spoke.
If you don't hearken, you're going to feel it. What them say? If you don't bend it, you're going to feel it. What did they do? I forgot to feel it. Some type of Panamanian thing that my mom used to come and tell me. I don't understand that.
Hard head, you are.
If something like that. Something you're going to feel. And it's true. If you don't listen, you're going to feel.
That's right.
Bamba, you will feel something like that.
Hard ears, what?
Hard ears, you won't hear.
Hard ears, you won't hear.
Bamba, you.
Bamba, you're going to feel. Bamba is the lashes. That's lashes. Bamba is lashes. My father had a bull dick in Panama. They used to take the bull dick and dry it out. Man, that thing was like a whiplash. And he was like, Torah Gotti. You straighten up quick. Or Torah Gotti. Man, listen. You kidding me? But that's God talking to and pleading with the nation, man.
That's right.
That's God pleading with the nation. And guess what? God pleading with us today. You know when you can see the pleading of God? When someone come to you and warn you and tell you where you're coming up short.
Yeah.
When someone come to you and warn you and tell you your shortcomings, don't take that lightly, because after that, if you don't return, you will feel it.
Yeah.
You're going to feel the chastisement of God. And most of the time, 100% of the time, when you bend the knee to pray and ask God for mercy, there's no mercy coming.
That's right. It might not come right away.
Sometimes it comes, depending on the person,
Okay.
depending on that person, depending on if God say you deserve the mercy. Huh? Tom sheet.
How long shall I forbear them?
What verse you at?
9.
9. Go ahead, read.
Unto who I have done so much good.
He said, how long am I going to forbear these people? He said, how long am I going to hold myself back from chastising these people unto a people that I have done so much good? Huh? Yeah, God. Now, guess what? Now, because God did so much good, guess what? Now he's going to put it in your face, and he's going to show you the good that I have done for you. He's going to show you the good that I have done to you. But people have a problem. People magnify and they forget the good that you do to you and magnify what they think. I said they magnify what they think is evil before God. Oh, you did this to me, you did that to me. Okay, so what about the good things? What about the good that God has did that I have done for you? You forgetting all that? Does the evil evens out with the good? No. Guess what? I have done more good to you than evil. You said it's evil, but according to God, it ain't evil. But let's say it is evil. Okay. I have done more good than evil. We look at God. Why I said that is because we told God to his face that he did us evil.
Yeah, he wasn't fair.
We told God to his face that he wasn't equal. He ain't just. He said, okay, well, I'm not just. All right, whatever. He said, are not my ways, what? Just? And your ways evil? Huh?
That's right.
Huh? Come on, man. Let's read it.
Many kings have I destroyed for their sake.
Okay, now the Lord is going to run it down. Just like sometimes you need to run down the good things that I've done, that you have done for people.
Yep.
He said, many kings have I destroyed for your sakes. Because when you left Egypt, you wasn't even established yet as a nation. You didn't know nothing about war. But when you left Egypt, you passed through all these spots.
Many kings stepped to you.
Many kings stepped to you. And guess what? If it wasn't for God, you would have got devoured. If it wasn't for God, you would have got devoured. Let's read it.
Pharaoh with his servants.
Pharaoh was the first one. The first one. The first one where this God thought that he was bringing up the son. Yeah. He thought he was bringing up the son. And he had a sun god named Apollo or Horus. Yeah. Sun gods. A deity. An idol. Right? That in his mind brought up the sun. Well, mind you, this sun deity didn't even create the sun.
Okay.
And he has no beginning nor end.
Okay.
He created the sun deity.
He has no beginning.
Man, make that up.
No, my bad. He has a beginning and an end. The only one that don't have a beginning and don't have an end is God. I'm speaking too fast. The only one that don't have a beginning and end is God. All these deities has a beginning of when it started and has an end of when it died. Not the creator of heaven and
I
earth.
say he alone
Not
the
the
dreaded
Most
one
High.
shall reign.
That's right.
Come on.
Tom sheet.
Pharaoh with his servants and all his power have I smitten down.
Pharaoh with his servants and all his power have I smitten down. Read.
All the nations have I destroyed before them. And in the east I have scattered the people of 2 provinces, even of Tyrus and Sidon, and have slain all their enemies. Speak thou therefore unto them, saying, thus saith the Lord, I led you through the sea, and in the beginning gave you a large and safe passage. I gave you Moses.
Wait a minute. God said, listen, man. He said, I led you through the sea. When they got to the Red Sea, Moses approached God, cried out to God. You know what God told him? He said, you see that rod you got there? He said, I have made you a God in the sight of these people. He said, go split the Red Sea, man. Go split it. See, in our right state with God, and when we're doing the things that is righteous with God, we have powers over the elements. God has gave man the power over the elements in the earth and dominion over the elements, over the water, over the sun, over the moon. God gave you power over that. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun without even praying to God. He just commanded the sun to stop. But when we fell from the grace of God, our principalities dropped. Our dominion dropped. Our rulership over the elements dropped. Huh?
Yeah.
Let's read.
I led you through the sea, and in the beginning gave you a large and safe passage.
So now, Moses split that sea. Said the east winds blew all night, and the sea parted. It was like a wall. You know that large, it wasn't no narrow path.
No.
The sea split, and a whole nation of people. Number one, when you're walking through a sea, it's like a hill. Remember now, you got to go down. before you cross. And then after you get to the bottom, now you got to cross. And then when you get to the other end, you got to climb back up. You know how long of a process that was? And all that time, God got that thick darkness right in between Egypt and Israel. Can't see nothing. They can't go through it. When the nation of Israel got through and got on the other side, God removed the black cloud, that darkness, allowed the Egyptians to go down and follow them. And when the host of these Egyptians got down there, he caused the water to drop on them. Scientists, archaeologists found chariots and wheels and swords and skeletons. That's right. Down there at the bottom. War chariots down there. Let's read.
And I gave you Moses for a leader and Aaron for a priest. I gave you light in a pillar of fire.
Light in a pillar of fire to guide you. To guide you. When? At night. Not for heat.
No.
Not to keep you warm.
That wasn't
Like a
the
beacon.
That wasn't the heat.
keep us warm in the clouds.
Tom Sheep.
And great wonders have I done among you, yet you have forgotten me.
Great wonders. One of the wonders that God did amongst us was cause water to come out of a rock. One of the wonders that God did amongst us was to cause manna to drop from heaven. And just in case if you didn't believe it, there was manna that was stored inside the Ark of the Covenant for proof. Okay? Let's read it.
Thus say the Almighty Lord, the quails were as a token for you.
That's right.
I gave you tents for your safeguard. Nevertheless, you murmured there, and triumph not in my name for the destruction of your enemies. But ever to this day do you yet murmur. Where are the benefits?
After everything that God did for us, we still complain. We still complain, and guess what? We was never satisfied. Don't that sound like the people today? We never satisfied. You can never please this person. No matter what you do, they're never pleased. The people is never pleased. You gotta almost hang upside down and do the impossible to please this person or to prove them that, listen, this ain't what it is.
Facts. Come on, man.
Haven't you seen and recollect and play your tapes back? Sometimes we got to rewind the tapes and play it back so that we can come back to our senses today. Play this. Go back 15, 20 years, 30 years, and play the whole scenario. And then you determine in your mind. Then you determine in your heart whether it is what you think it is or is it not. That's what we need to do, man. That's what we need to do, man, and stop going off for here and now. Don't go off what's happening now. Go off the history, like God told the nation. Took us back. He said, man, look what I did for you. I did this, 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 I did this. Now today, this is gonna happen. Now you all boisterous and going crazy. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's not how we do things, man. That's not how we do things. Let's read it.
Where are the benefits that I have done for you?
Yeah.
When you were hungry and thirsty in the wilderness, did you not cry unto me, saying, why hast thou brought us into this wilderness?
When you was hungry, after I done brought you in the wilderness, he said, did you or did you not cry unto me?
Crying.
He said, didn't you cry unto me? And said, what?
Why hast thou brought us into this wilderness
Why
to
did
kill
you
us?
bring us in the wilderness to kill us? But God brought the nation in the wilderness to prove them. We ain't in the wilderness, but this is still the proving grounds. Listen, after God revealed himself to you, you know what comes after that? Now I have to prove you. I got to prove you. And what God does is he try to magnify and bring the good out of you by putting you through certain circumstances and trials and tribulations, so the good in you can come out. So there's tests and trials and tribulations that comes in life, and according to what you choose determines your future, determines what's going to go on after this. Sometimes it could be your last warning. I said sometimes it could be your last warning because we dilly-dally too much. We dilly-dally and we play with God too much. And we don't really believe that this God is the God. We believe in everything else except for the God, except for the Creator. You know I can say that with such affirmative action, affirmity, because belief triggers actions. You can't strengthen your belief staying away from God. You cannot strengthen the good in you staying away from God. You're not stronger than Paulie. My father got the strength of a bull.
That's right.
You know what he said?
That's right. That's right.
You know what he said? I can go to Istanbul.
That's right.
And I can do this.
That's right.
He said, but you know what? I'm keeping my butt right here. He said, you know what? I'm staying right here around my people. He said, because sometimes I get weak. He said, but guess what? He said, I can't show you that. Oh, he said, I can't show you that I'm weak right now.
Yeah.
My father had to remain strong for me.
Yeah.
He had to remain strong for you.
Yeah.
Because we sucked off of him.
Yeah. Now
we sucked strength off of him.
Yeah.
So now what? When you're married and you have children, your wife and your children are going to suck strength off of you.
Yeah.
And you can't get no stronger and wiser with understanding for God than the person that showed you.
Yeah.
Your strength lies to your husband's side.
Yeah.
And you're going to gain the strength from your husband.
Yeah.
That's why we got the little bit of strength we got now.
That's right.
Because we suck strength from the head,
That's
from the
right.
rock, from my father.
That's right. And I don't think it's a little bit. I think it's a lot of strength we gonna.
Let's read it, brother.
Still sucking strength. Saying, why hast thou brought us into this wilderness to kill us? It had been better for us to have served the Egyptians than to die in this.
You heard what they said? Why you brought us in the wilderness to kill us? We ain't got no water. Ain't nothing to eat here. Man, you should have left us in Egypt. Why you took us out of Egypt to bring us here to kill us? But guess what? The Creator brought them in the wilderness to prove them.
That's right.
Let me see if these people is going to believe me without me showing them. Because after what they saw in Egypt, after what they envisioned and seen what God did to the Egyptians, there's look, you shouldn't have no doubt that this God is God. But we continue to doubt God and murmur and complain. We owe God, man. You know how many people pray and pray and pray and pray to the Creator, and He come through for you, but you don't never come through for Him?
That's right.
I said, we don't never return the favor back to God.
That's right.
But God always coming through for you. We pray and ask God to do things and it happens. But we don't show our appreciation by doing the things that is lawful and right by God. That's how you show your appreciation, man. That's how you show your appreciation. Huh? I knew a man. I'm locked up. My uncle's locked up with me. And when the police comes to the cell, he call your name, you leave out the cell, and you're going to see the judge. That is the procedure. This cop took my uncle out of the cell and told him He said, you are not going to see the judge. He said, you see that door right there? I want you to leave.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see his holy name.
JC ain't do that.
Yeah.
Lulu ain't do that.
Yeah.
The gods of the Egyptians ain't do that.
Coincidence ain't do it.
Coincidence ain't do that.
Yeah. Let's see his holy name.
None of those deities did that.
Yeah,
I said the God that I serve did that.
Yeah.
When did that ever happen? That ain't never happened in history.
Yeah.
Where a cop pull you from a cell and tell you to leave out of a door.
Yeah.
He turned around and said, I ain't got no train fare. He said, I ain't gonna man, listen, man, that's the door. Get the hell out of here. Leave, I'm gonna tell you one more time. Leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
After that, now in order to show God your appreciation, you gotta be a stand-up citizen for God now.
Yes.
You got to be a stand-up citizen for God.
That
right there is supposed. Listen, that right there, all that I got to use that for strength. That's it. That's my inspiration.
That's right.
You know why that's my inspiration? Because I was there. I was there. I was in the cell with him. And the cop pulled him out and led him towards the door without seeing the judge. No paperwork. God scrambled the paperwork and led him towards the door. Hey, listen, man. And this is why I come up here and speak such passionate and so strengthful words and with inspiration. And I draw certain lines because I know what I'm dealing with.
My uncle said it's cold out there, man.
I know what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a God that don't play.
Yeah.
And if we don't follow, we're going to feel.
That's right.
We don't follow, we're going to feel.
We're gonna feel
This
it
is
first.
the last hurrah.
We're going to feel it first because we know better.
I said, this is the last hurrah. Yeah. Let's read it.
Then I had pity upon your mornings and gave you manna to eat, so ye did eat angels' bread.
You see that? Angels' bread. Guess what? And that's a metaphor. Let's get that straight.
It's just something they call.
That's a metaphor. Why it's called angels' bread? Because it came from heaven. But I can prove to you that it was a metaphor with using the book. See, that's what people don't realize. People don't prove they prove the things that they say with the book. The things that they say comes off of their twisted minds, and they can't prove what they say with the book. Example, it was a guy named Tobit. He had a son named Tobias. Tobias went on a journey for his father. Now Sarah and Tobias was approached by the angel. And the angel told him, was it him or Tobit? The angel told one of them, he said, listen, when you saw me eating, it was a vision.
I'll let you see.
It was a vision that he allowed you to see and make you think I was eating. He said, I don't eat. So you thought I was eating. Angels don't eat and God don't eat.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because they're not humans. God and his angels are not humans. Now let me explain this over again. Son of the morning. That's in Isaiah.
Yeah.
Son of the morning. That was the title of the adversary. Because his job was to bring up the sun. That was his job. That was his job, was to bring up the sun. And he wanted to be like God. And when he departed away from God, he took a third with him.
He didn't leave by himself.
He didn't leave by himself. So he has followers and evil angels with him that does his bidding. But nothing happened without the sanction of God.
That's correct.
He's able to do and do and do because God sanctioned it and because you called it to yourself. You allow this to happen with your action and things and how you live your life. So this happened. It's going to come. Okay? Let's read it.
When you were thirsty, did I not cleave the rock?
Where verse you at? I see.
20.
Go ahead, read.
And waters flowed out to your fill. For the heat, I covered you with the leaves of the trees. I divided amongst you a fruitful land. I cast out the Canaanites, Perizzites, and Philistines before you. What shall I yet do more for you, say
I did this for you, I did that for you, I did this. What more do you want me to do to prove to you that I am for you? I got your back. That's what God is saying. What more do I have to do to prove to you that I got your back? I didn't have to stay here. That's what God is saying. I didn't have to stay here. I could have went to other nations. I could have found another nation, showed myself to them, and they would have hearkened. But I chose to stay here with you. But I chose to stay here with you, all because of one man. That was Abraham. Abraham. Because that man was something else. That man had what we don't have. Faithfulness. Blind allegiance. Which means you ain't got to prove every cotton picking thing. Listen, in time, Abraham understood. That's going to come with learning. You're going to learn and hear certain things that you yourself don't understand. But your job is to follow it because you trust God. Got to trust God and trust the person that's showing you who is God. And trust that person that's showing you who God is ain't going to lead you astray. That's what Abraham had to do with God. He trusted God that he was going to lead him astray. So he did whatsoever he had to do that God commanded him to do. God told him to kill his son. Abraham didn't know it was a test. And he went to go kill his son. But it was a test for Abraham to see if he had the determination and the faithfulness to serve God. Moses sent the angel to stop him. He said, now I know. He said, now I know that you will serve me. Which means what? God is going to put every last one of us through the ringer. God is going to put us through the test to prove whether or not you are able to serve me. You are able to serve God. Certain things happen and transpires and stir up is because it's a test, not for me, for you. Certain things transpires and stir up because it's a test for me. But both of our tests and our trials is different because I have more belief in God than you do. That's right. He can't, listen, my test can't be the same like your test because I ain't going to do it. You can't test me and tell me to move to Istanbul when I know ain't no teachers, there ain't no Israelites live in Istanbul to keep a holy convocation. So the test got to come stronger. It got to come on a higher level. Okay? Understand that. It got to come on a higher level. Okay? Let's read.
Thus saith the Almighty Lord. When you were in the wilderness in the river of the Amorites, being athirst and blaspheming my name, I gave you not fire.
When you was what?
When you were in the wilderness in the river of the Amorites, being athirst and blaspheming my name, I gave you not fire for your blasphemy.
I gave you not fire for your what?
For your blasphemy.
For your blasphemies.
But cast a tree in the water.
He said, I put a tree in the water.
And made the river sweet.
Made the river sweet.
What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob?
He said, what else you want me to do for you, Israel? What else? Haven't I proved myself to you already? But guess what? The problem with these people and the problem with the people today, guess what? We are never satisfied. That's right. The more you climb up the rock, I got to keep climbing to prove to you that I got to climb the rock. Until one day, I slip and I fall down the cliff. And I'm dead. I died trying to prove my faithfulness. I died trying to prove my love. I died trying to prove that I considered and I cared for you. And I went through hoops and obstacles and laws and Went through it. Why? Why are we like this, Israel? I said, why are we like this, Israel? God proved to us already. He already proved it. Why, man? Why I gotta chew on a piece of steel to prove? Why? I proved to you already. If I chew that piece of steel, I'm gonna lose my teeth. I gotta find a way to chew that steel. or else the person ain't gonna believe me. You still want proof. Man. That's not righteousness. Let me explain that to you, man. I said, that's not righteousness. Okay? That's not righteousness. You know why it's not righteousness? Because when you got to prove and keep proving and proving and proving the person, you don't believe. You don't believe. You don't believe. That's it. Let's read it.
What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob?
What should I do to young Jacob?
Thou, Judah, wouldest not obey me.
Mm-hmm.
I will turn me to other nations,
and
unto those will I give my name, that they may keep my statutes.
You hear what God said? He said, because you don't want to hearken, he said, I'm going to turn to another nation. I'm going to go to a different nation. Mm-hmm.
Seeing ye have forsaken me.
Seeing ye have forsaken me,
I will forsake you also.
I will forsake you also. But who forsook who first?
Israel.
We forsook God first. Let me explain that. Because we think we're not forsaking God. I said because we think we're not abandoning God. You know what forsake means? When we forsake God, when you are forsaking God, we are doing laws. We know of laws that we should be doing that we are not doing. That is abandoning God and forsaking God.
That's right.
Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Okay? So whatever you're doing that you know supposed to be lawful and right by God, and this not being accomplished, you are forsaking God. Okay? You are abandoning God. Okay?
That's right.
But guess what? None of those deities hold you to such restrictions. None of these deities hold you to some restrictions.
Allow you to live.
JC, that bastard. Yeah, he's a bastard.
Yeah.
And I'm not afraid to call him a bastard.
Yes,
Allah,
That's
that
right.
bastard.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Horus and Osiris and Isis, them bastards.
That's right.
All the gods of the Yoruba gods, bastards.
That's right.
Because they ain't gods. And I'm not worried about what they gonna do to me because they don't live. There is no life in these things. So I can curse them and not have to worry about nothing happening to me because I serve the eternal one. I serve the God that dwell between the cherubs. I serve the God. Look, man. Let's read.
When ye desire me to be gracious unto you, I shall have no mercy upon you.
When you desire for God to be merciful and gracious to you, he ain't gonna show you no mercy. He gonna hold back his mercy. You know why? Because again, correction came and you didn't take heed. Correction came and you didn't take heed. So therefore, when you plead for God to be merciful, the mercy is not coming. Nothing's happening. Let's read.
Whensoever you shall call upon me, I will not hear you.
Whenever you call on me, I'm not going to hear it. I'm not going to hear it. Tom Sheep.
For ye have defiled your hands with blood, and your feet are swift to commit manslaughter. Ye have not, as it were, forsaken me, but your own selves, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Almighty Lord, have I not prayed you as a father, his sons, as a mother, her daughters, and a nurse, her young babes, that ye would be my people, and I should be your God. That ye will be my people, and I should be your God. That ye would be my children, and I should be your father. I gathered you together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings. But now, what shall I do unto you?
But now, what am I going to do now, man? He said, what can I do? Ain't nothing else for me to do. I done proved myself already to you. And then after you go through such rigorous things to prove yourself, you get tired of trying to prove yourself now. Now is the time to stop. I'm backing up. Listen, I did all that already, man. If you can't see that I am for you, then something's wrong. I'm backing out. Something wrong with you, not with me. Something's wrong going on in your brain. That's what God is saying. Something's wrong with y'all, man. Everything that I did to prove to you that I am your God, you still need proof. I still got to continue to show you. Something's wrong with the people's brains. Tom Sheep.
But now, what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face.
Uh-oh. What verse is that?
That was the end of 30.
Okay. He said, now. He said, what am I going to do for you? He said, now, after I done prove to you that I am God, and I try to prove to you over and over, now guess what? I'm going to cast you out of my face. You know, when God casts you out of his face, he don't want nothing to do with you no more. There's a block. There's a hedge. There's a fence. There's a dark passage between you and God. You ain't going to never find your way back. Because I showed you. I showed you myself. And I showed you my laws. And I showed you. And I kept showing you. And I kept showing you. Hoping that you change towards doing the things that is lawful and right. But you took your time. I said, but you took your time in doing so. And so because you took your time to do that or to return to God, now guess what? God don't want you now.
PG.
You ever seen that? Well, a man chase a woman over and over, right? She denies him. It come a point in time where the man get tired of chasing her.
That's a fact.
He back up.
That's a big fact.
Right? Now, after Lucille been through everything, where the grass is not as green over here, she tried to return. Guess what? She remembered. Now this guy here that been chasing you don't want you no more. Yeah, that's an example that I use what God, the place that Israel is in with God.
Perfect.
How God pursued us and held his hands open, ready to accept us and allow us to come in. Guess what? After that, by God proving himself, and the Israel did not return back to God.
Now I want us.
God, the Most High pushed us away.
Yeah.
He said, now I don't want you back no more.
Yeah.
He said, stay on out there. Tom Street.
When you offer unto me, I will turn my face from you.
When you offer unto me, when you send up your burnt offerings, when you send up your minkas and your offerings and your sacrifices, it won't be accepted. I said it won't be accepted. Today, we don't set up offerings no more, but we send up the calves of our lips. And in order for God to accept the prayers of our lips, we have to be accepted. We have to be regarded. We have to be considered by God. That's why the offering of Cain was not accepted, because he was not accepted first. He wasn't accepted. So because Cain wasn't accepted, his offering wasn't accepted. And he was led towards sending up the wrong thing, which was fruits. But check it. The order of the offerings was not set up yet. The setup of the offerings got set up way after. Let's read.
For your solemn feast days, your new moons, and your circumcisions have I forsaken. I sent unto you my servants the prophets, whom ye have taken and slain, and torn their bodies in pieces, whose blood I will require of your hands, saith the Lord. You know, at a point in time, we started killing the prophets. We started killing the priests. It got funky, man. It got funky. We turned on God 1,000%. Let's cut that. Let's go to Leviticus 10.
Roll
Let's go to Leviticus chapter 10.
on. Roll on. But we go in. Shemo.
Listen, man.
Shemo.
We don't have no time to waste.
Not at all.
I said we do not have no time to waste.
Stop playing games.
All right? We don't know when the cup and the time is up. Because there's a certain time for returning.
Mm-hmm.
For each and every one of us, there's a certain time to return to God.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that, man? My time and your time is two different times.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the time I got, and I don't got the time you got. We just don't know.
That's right.
But there's a certain time that we have to return to God.
That's right.
Return before your time run out. Because when your time run out, there's no returning. There's no coming back. God is going to feed you the lust of your own heart. God is going to feed you the stubbornness of your own heart. You know what that is? The stubbornness of my heart, the lust of my heart, that's what's in you. That's what prevents you from serving God, which is evil and wickedness. And we're trying to replace these things that we have in us with the laws and the commandments of God by reading and applying, by reading and applying, by reading and applying. Let's read it. Leviticus chapter 10.
And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took
Now, hold up. Nadab. You know what Nadab means? To offer willingly. To send up an offering willingly, not by people forcing you. You shouldn't have to be forced to serve God. You shouldn't have to be forced to do his laws, his commandments, and statutes. Okay? We have to learn to start and begin to do this because this is what you want.
It's what you desire.
This is what you desire. And you cannot build a desire to serve God not applying, not following, and not applying his laws and his commandments to oneself. Now, we sit in teachings. The reason why we're here sitting in teachings, right? Number one, because God has ordained it. I said God ordained it and commanded it that we must have a convocation. We must have an assembly, a gathering on this day and speak about holy things. God ordained this. And when we don't do this, we profane the Sabbath day. We are in violation of the Sabbath day. Okay? Now, another reason why we sit in teachings. To learn the ways of God. This is why we're here. This is a school of higher learnings. You ask the Christians what they learn. You know what they say? Well, hell, God loves a cheerful giver. And that's all they know. God loves a cheerful giver. The preacher starts out riding the bike, coming to the church. A couple months later, the man is he's in a heavy roller.
A Cadillac truck.
Heavy roller.
And his license plate
And
says
the
heavy
Cadillac truck license plate says heavy roller.
No, high roller.
Heavy roller, high roller. This roller something. My father was speaking to a preacher. I'm gonna give you something. I'm gonna tell you something right now. The preacher said, I know that the God of Israel is God. I forgot about this. To say this. I said the preacher told my father that he knows that the God of Israel is God. You know what his response after that? He said, but the people don't want to hear that. He said, so I tell the people what they want to hear, which is JC, Christmas tree, Thanksgiving, Easter. Well, JC rose on the third day.
Everybody loved that. They don't love today.
Okay?
Those days.
Remember what I just told you? The preacher himself said that.
The same one. In the
then he told my father, he said, you ain't got to be broke, man. He said, listen, I will introduce you as a deacon in the church. I will introduce you as a deacon in the church. And you will get paid. So that's what's going on in those churches, man. They are telling the people things that they want to hear to keep them in that darkness. They're not telling the people the truth. They're not telling the people the truth.
People think they're all right.
So now we learn the ways of God so we can better ourselves. So we can better ourselves with God. Huh? And the only way to better yourself with God is to read the book. Huh? Not to point fingers or magnify one's faults. My job is not to sit here and point fingers at you and magnify your faults. Huh? He said, but to acknowledge your faults and what you are coming up short in with God and correct it. So that's our job. Acknowledge your faults, recognize what you're coming up short with God and correct it so that we can be better citizens with the Creator. Okay? Now we are all at fault. We are all at fault. We must realize that to make changes with yourself. And that's the only way we're going to make changes with ourselves. We have to recognize our faults with God. Let's read it. Now, Nadab and Abihu, the sons of who? Aaron, Tamshi. I'm in Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1. Let's read.
Took either of them his censer. And put fire therein. Now, the censer is like a little plate, like a bowl or a plate. It had chains, you hold it up. Inside that plate, incense and fire goes in, and they smoke. Use that for smoke. Go ahead, let's read it. And put incense thereon and offer strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them
and
not.
And offer strange fire before God, which he did not command him not. Now, the word for incense is quitoret. Okay? Now, realize something. Incense and frankincense was only burnt during the sacrifices.
That's correct.
Okay? Incense is, okay, those things was only burnt during the sacrifices. We didn't burn incense in our houses. Okay? To smell good. If you need your house to smell good, get some Febreze. Get some air freshener. Hold that right there, because we're going to go back there, but go to Isaiah 66. Go to Isaiah chapter 66.
Float on.
All right? Let me know when you got it.
Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne.
He said, thus saith the Lord. He said, the heavens is my throne.
And the earth.
You know what the throne is? In Hebrew it said, Kis-e. Kis-e means the heavens is my seat of honor. You hear how God talking here? He said, the heavens is my seat of honor. I'm on top of everything, raining, looking at everything. He said, I sit on top of everything, on top of the heavens. He said, the seat of honor, Tamshi.
And the earth is my footstool.
The earth is my footstool, man. I rest my feet on the earth. That's how big my feet is. I rest my feet here. And Nahum it said the clouds, that's the dust off my feet. Yeah. That's heavy, man. You want to mess with something like that? He said the clouds is the dust off my feet in Nahum. Let's read.
Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest?
Okay, the house that we build unto God was abandoned. We abandoned God's house. We abandoned the temple. That's why I don't call these camps temples, because there's only one temple. One temple that was recognized. That was the temple that Solomon built. That's it. The rest of these places that we gather at are just gatherings, or just camps, or gatherings where people gather to speak about God. That's it. That's it. And the only thing that is holy is the conversation and the things that we speak about.
Yeah.
Okay? The place is not holy. This place is not holy. Because look, like you said, God didn't choose to place his name here. We don't know after we got here if someone died in here. Because if someone died in here, that will cause the place to be unclean. We don't know if it's leprosy inside the walls. We don't know none of that. We don't know none of that. And everything that a man that is unclean by the day, whatsoever he touch it is unclean. So even though if you build a new house, that new house is still not holy. Because everything there is unclean.
That's right.
Thompson.
For all those things hath mine hand made. And those things have been, saith the Lord.
He said, for all those things my hand has made.
And all those things have been,
Thompson.
saith the Lord. But to this man will I look.
But to this man will I look. I was going over this with my woman last night. I said, this is how you gain God's attention. God said, to this man will I look. Right? The word for look in the Hebrew is aleph, bet, yod, tet, abit. It means to look. To look means what? To direct one's attention to examine, to regard. Okay? Now, we're going to go into these words so that we can learn the essence of what God is talking about. To regard means to consider. A feeling of respect. We went into that already, right? To examine means what? To inspect. Now, when you are inspecting something, right, or inspecting someone, it means to look at someone closely, which means I got my eye on you. I'm watching you. All right? And why would God be watching you? To determine your actions and your ways, watching your actions and watching your ways and watching the things that you formulate in your mind. He's watching you to see if you do things that is contrary or opposite to what God says, so that he can correct you, because you done gained his attention, right? To inspect someone in detail, to what? To determine what? Their nature or condition. Now you see why God has his eyes on certain people, right? To determine their nature, right? What is your nature? Your nature is what you call your inherent characteristics. Your inherent characteristics is what? Existing in you. It's who you are. Your inherent characteristics is who you really is. What we have in us that we need to change. Okay? What we have in us that we need to get rid of. What we have in us that we need to stop. And the only way to change that is by taking heed to God's laws. The other definition for inherent characteristics is intrinsic. Intrinsic means belonging naturally. Intrinsic means belonging naturally. Means who you naturally means what? Who you are. What's your makeup? How you are. And sometimes whatever is in you naturally, you don't change. What's in you comes out. If you got good in you, it's going to come out. If you got evil in you, you may look at a person and say the person is evil, but their inside said different. Whatever they got in them, they're only showing you now things are evil, but what they have in them is good. God know that. Right? Now, the nature and boom, boom. To assess, right? To assess, to look at someone closely, to assess their condition and discover your shortcomings. You see what God do? He inspect you and he examine you to discover your condition and your shortcomings. to evaluate you. Your conditions is your agreement, your covenant, your stipulations you binding yourself by. Let's read.
But to this man will I look.
But to this man will I look.
Even to him that is poor.
Even to him that is poor. In the Hebrew is ayin, nun, yod. Poor, right? It also means humble. Okay? Now, what are the characteristics of a man or a person that is humble? Low estimate of one's own importance. You don't put yourself on a pedestal like you're better than everybody. You put a low estimate on your ability. You put a low estimate on your ability. When you, now, it said, now, when you think about your actions, also the definition of humble is when you think or when you consider that your actions are affecting the next person. That's humble. It takes humbleness to do that. To acknowledge that, dang, what I just did affected him. So I'm not going to say, well, I didn't do nothing wrong. Man, you did. It affected the person. So maybe I need to pull back because I don't want you to feel away. It takes humbleness to do that. I said something and I voiced something, but it triggered in someone's head. They didn't like it. You know what? I ain't violate the law, but the humbleness in me will refrain me from doing that because I don't want to offend nobody. And this is how our forefathers was. Our forefathers was like this. This is the only way to gain the attention of God, man. One way. Let's read.
To him that is poor.
And the last one, hold up, humble is when you submit yourself to God. Submit yourself to the will of God. Tom Sheep.
Poor and of a contrite spirit.
Poor, contrite spirit. Now the word for contrite spirit. Naker ruach, right? What is naker ruach? Naker ruach means a smitten and afflicted spirit. When your spirit is smitten and afflicted and broken, that person, those type of people reflect on themselves. Those type of people reflect on themselves and start to make correction with themselves, right? Contrite means grieving and penitent. Grieving means when you're grieving, you feel sorrow. Grieving and penitent. Penitent means what? Feelings of regretful pain for sins and offensive. So if I'm not that way when I offend you, then you don't have a contrite heart. You don't have a contrite spirit. The book shows us how a person is when they have that contrite spirit. A contrite spirit is a spirit of grieving and penitent for sins or shortcomings. When you're coming up short with God and when you're coming up grieving and penitent for your iniquities. Tom Sheep.
And trembleth at my word.
Trembling at my word. That's fear. Tom Sheep.
He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man.
So now, say he that killeth an ox is like he slew a man. Why? Because we ain't got no business killing no ox. We ain't got no high priest to be setting up no offerings. Okay? When we sin, not everybody desire forgiveness from God. Let's get that correct. When we transgress, not everybody desire forgiveness from God because people think they're right. Even though they're wrong, they feel that they are right and correct in their doings. And they come up with a reason why they did it to substantiate what they're wrong. So when we sin, some desire forgiveness from God. Some don't because they refuse to submit themselves to his laws. A broken heart and a contrite spirit will experience sorrow. That's what brings repentance. When a broken heart and a contrite spirit, you're going to feel and experience sorrow for the wrong that you have done. And then when you experience those sorrows, then you're going to repent for the things that you have done. Yeah. Okay? What verse you at? Verse 3.
Verse 3.
He
that killeth an ox as if he slew a man.
He that killeth an ox as if he slew a man.
He that sacrificeth a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation as if he offered swine's blood.
He that offereth an oblation is as if he offered swine's blood. You know what's the word for oblation? Minka. Minka is an offering. Okay? Minka is an offering. Now, we don't have a high priest. We don't have a priest. We don't have a high priest because the people that's calling themselves priests and high priests have not been through the consecration. There is a consecration that we have to go through to become a high priest or a priest. And we don't have the temple here. Okay? So because of that, there are no offerings going up. So the only offerings that we can send up are the sacrifices of our lips, which is praise. So, okay? Those are the only thing that's going to go up. So there was 2 appointed times where the offerings went up. In the morning, not at 9 o'clock neither. At the break of dawn, when sun starts to set, at the coming up of the sun, and that evening. Okay? Tom sheet.
He that burneth incense.
He that burneth incense. The word for incense is lebona, which is frankincense. Tom sheet.
As if he blessed an idol.
Is as if he blessed an idol. To bless means what? To speak good about. To praise. To glorify. To uplift. Right? An idol means what? Awang. Iniquity and injustice. Now I went into that word iniquity. You know what the word iniquity means? That I came across? Immoral or grossly unfair behavior. Immoral or grossly unfair behavior. Iniquity is a violation of the right or duty that mankind is under obligation of God. You're obligated to serve God. And when we go against the obligation that God has, those obligations, we sin and we transgress. Okay? Now, immoral. Immoral means not conforming, not accepting. When you don't accept and when you don't conform to the standards or morality. Morality. Morality is the principles concerning the distinction. What is the distinction? To tell the difference. Being able to tell the difference between being right and wrong. My goodness. You know how many people can't determine that? You know how many people can't see and be able to determine right from wrong according to what God says? And no matter what you tell the cotton picking person that you're wrong, that God didn't stand on it. 10 toes down. And refuse to acknowledge their fault to say, well, you know what? You got me on that. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay? That's what morality is. Principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad in behavior. What is grossly? Grossly means immediately noticeable and obvious. Means when you start to do things to be noticed. When you start to do things to stand out. Gross behavior. Gross, Go ahead, read. What verse is that? Yeah, now.
Still is 3.
Go ahead.
3. As if he that burneth incense, as if he blessed an idol. Yea, they have chosen their ways.
Yeah. We have chosen our own ways. We did not choose the ways of God. And no matter what you show a person, guess what? We still decide to follow our own ways. No matter what you tell a person, listen, you are in violation. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. Oh, don't do this. Don't do that. Remove your emotions, man. Your emotions must be removed so you can see your faults.
That's correct.
Your emotions must be removed so that you can acknowledge your faults and see where you're going wrong at. But there's a block. There's a block. That's why you can't acknowledge it and see it. You listen, man, there's a block. There's a block there. The block can get worked on. Yeah. The block can get worked on to weaken the wall, to break it down, or you can strengthen it and fortify it. Don't think you ain't got no block.
Oh, yeah.
I said we all have a block.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just working on my block.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been living this way of life all your life with a block.
Yeah.
See, I ain't come to this before, man. I ain't realize it. But we all have a block.
Yeah.
I'm just chipping away at the block with a nail and a hammer. You know how I'm chipping away with it? By doing and accomplishing the laws of God. So by me accomplishing and doing these laws, commandments, and statutes, I'm chipping down the block. The block is not completely down for me, man. That's why I dibble and dabble and I ride the fence. That's why you dibble, dabble, and you ride the fence because of the block. You got to work on your block. You got to work on the dam. You know what the dam is? The dam is what's put there to stop the passage of water.
Yeah.
That's what I got in front of me. And if I got it in front of me, and I've been living this life all my life, every last one of you got it in front of you. Yeah. Don't be fooled. Godson. Do things to strengthen yourself with God. Start doing things to break down that wall. Because the wall is still up. The wall is still up. All you got is a little chip. You know why? Because you do such little. You do very little.
I'm working on it.
I said you do very little. So the wall is not completely down. I said my wall is not completely down. I'm chipping away at it by doing these laws, commandments, and statutes. You know when the chipping stops? When I forsake God. When I forsake God, now the chipping stops. Where we at?
The end of verse 3.
Let's read it.
Yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their abomination.
Their soul delighted in what? In their abomination. The word for delighted, it means to find pleasure. You find pleasure in your abominations. You find pleasure in the things that God don't find pleasure in. Let's read it.
I will choose their delusions.
I will choose their delusions. The word for delusions is ta'alulim. Ta'alulim means their doings. Oh my goodness, man. Their actions. So because you took your time, I said because you're taking your time to return to God, God is what's causing these doings, and God is the one that caused this action to go down in your life.
You want to keep playing games?
God caused this to happen to get you away from the source. And if you still don't acknowledge your fault when you are away, he gonna push you further away. And when you still don't acknowledge your ways and the things that you're doing, he gonna push you away till there's no more pushing. You're already at the edge. I can't push you no more. I'm gonna leave you alone. Leave you to your own wicked ways, your own wanton ways. I'm gonna leave you right there. I'm telling you, that's the way God works. I said, this is the way God works. Return before it's too late. Let's read it.
And will bring their fears upon them.
Because the things that you're afraid of, God gonna bring it upon you. Read.
Because when I called, none did answer.
When I called, none did answer.
When I spake, they did not hear.
When I spake, what?
They did not hear.
Okay.
But they did evil before mine eyes, and chose that in which I delighted not.
When can you perceive the calling of God? calling of God. When should you discern or know when the calling of God is?
The day
When
you
the day you hear about these laws,
Yeah.
the day someone is explaining these laws to you, that's your calling.
That's your calling.
That's your calling. And he used that person to call you
That's your calling.
because he saw fit to call you.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's read it.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out for my name's sake, say, let the Lord be glorified.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's go back to Leviticus 19. Leviticus 10.
Leviticus chapter 10.
Tamshik.
And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer,
Took their censer
and put fire therein,
and put fire therein.
Incense thereon.
Put incense thereon.
And offered strange fire before the Lord.
Offered strange fire before God.
Which you commanded not.
Mm-hmm.
And there went out fire from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord.
Wait a minute. So these guys, Nadab and Abihu, offered up strange fire before God, right? And there went out fire from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Immediate action. Certain things call for immediate action. Certain things, it happens right away because you're dealing with things, holy things that is dedicated to God. So they offered up strange fire before the Most High, right? Right? Now, the fire from heaven came down. Mind you, now they're in the temple. They're in the tabernacle. And when you're in the tabernacle, in that section where you do sacrifices and offerings, there is no roof. There's no roof. You know why? Because when you're doing the offerings and the sacrifices, the smoke and the sweet Savior got to go up to God. Right. So while they're doing and offering up strange fire before God, fire from heaven came from heaven and consumed them in their clothes. But notice that their clothes wasn't burnt. The fire had strict command to go and consume them, but don't consume their clothes. We're gonna see that later. Let's read.
Then Moses said unto Aaron, this is that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me.
That come near me. You know what sanctified means? He said, I will be set apart. I will be separated. When you start pushing up on God, you got to make a separation with your daily living, with yourself. Because now guess what? You doing things that the world don't do. I'm doing laws that people don't do. And that's getting closer to God. So as I'm getting closer to God, I got to start considering the thoughts. I got to start considering how I walk. I got to start considering the things that I do because I'm pushing up on God now.
Yeah.
And it requires a certain behavior.
That's right.
It requires a certain way that I need to walk. You can't. The laws that I do has to correlate with my thinking pattern.
Right.
These heavy laws that I'm doing have to correlate with my thinking pattern. These laws that I'm doing, has to correlate with our actions. It has to match. That's why you see people, how you live in one way, but you're doing this. How are you doing this, and this, but you're doing that, and you think this way. It don't go together. So these laws that I'm doing has to match my actions, has to match my thoughts. Let's read it.
I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified.
I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me.
And Aaron held his peace. Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses
That should prove right there. That proves to you right there that the clothes was not burnt. The clothes was not burnt. because those was holy garments. And when listen, they had to come out of their clothes when it's time for them to die. They can't die in those clothes. The next priest, the next high priest, gotta go make the transformation. They gotta put on those clothes was used over and over. You realize that? These was holy garments that was used over and over, passed down from high priest to high priest, from priest to priest. But the death angel had respect to those things. The death angel respected that. You know why? Because in the time when the plague broke loose, there was a pestilence, there was a plague, wrath from God broke loose upon the nation.
And people were dropping like flies, literally.
That's right.
Aaron, Moses was before God. Aaron didn't know what was going on. Moses put him on.
Yeah, you have to tell him.
Moses said, wait a minute. He said, the wrath of God has broke loose. He was able to perceive that the plague has begun, but he wasn't able to stop it. He didn't go to jump in Aaron's place. And Moses knew his place. Aaron went and stood between the living and the dead. He said the death angel gave place and have respect. Have respect to the robe, to the 4 robes. I'm going to go into it quick, fast. All right? It says in Wisdom of Solomon, it says, for when the dead were now falling down by heaps one upon another, standing between, he stayed the wrath and parted the way to the living. So when the high priest came to stay the plague, to stop the plague, he had to stop. He had to come in between before the plague reached. When the plague reached, the plague couldn't pass him. He stopped. Why? What did Aaron have on that caused that spirit, caused that plague to just stop right there?
What did he see?
What did he see? What was he approaching?
What stopped? What made him stop?
It said, for in the long garments was the whole world. Right? And in the 4 rows of the stones was the glory of the Father's graven.
You saw that breastplate.
That breastplate. And the majesty upon the diadem of his head. That's the holiness to the Lord, the plate across his forehead, a gold plate called holiness to the Lord. He said, unto these the destroyer gave place and was afraid of them. Recognized.
So where it comes from?
This guy.
Recognized.
This guy.
He went,
This
plague is passing. He looked and seen that. He said, oh,
That's God.
I can't pass you. This guy is representing God.
Yeah.
I can't pass that.
That stopped.
And that's what stopped the plague. There was nothing else that was going to be able to stop that plague but Aaron. Let's read.
Moses said unto Aaron, unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, uncover not your heads,
uncover not your
neither
heads,
rend your clothes,
neither rend your clothes, lest you die.
Unless wrath come upon
Lest
all the
wrath
people.
come upon all the people. He said, no more. Don't uncover your heads. Don't rent your clothes, because God will kill you, and he's gonna be wrath is gonna come on the nation, which means there is certain things that a head can do to bring wrath on the people. A head could do certain things that can bring wrath upon the whole household. Yes. Same time. Why do you think Dathan and Abiram brought their whole household down? Achan brought his whole household down. Why? Because they didn't want to hearken to God. God commanded Achan, he said, don't bring nothing back. The man brought back a wedge of gold and the Babylonian garment. Next thing, Israel went to war and we lost. Israel went to war and we ran. Israel went to war and we got defeated. Joshua went and fell and prostrated himself before God. God came to him and he said, get up, and take this for note for yourself. There is iniquity in the ranks. there's iniquity within yourself. Now you done put yourself underneath a person that don't know who God is. Now that person that don't know who God is can do something that will bring wrath upon the whole house. This is why I can't live with nobody. I can't live and stay underneath nobody's roof that don't serve God, because that person can do certain things in that house that can bring wrath upon me. And I ain't even got to be into it, but I'm there.
You're there.
But I'm there. I'm
there.
attending. I'm there. And that's how God deals. This is how it is, man. This is how it is. Let's read.
But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord hath kindled. And you shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die. For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you.
But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, you want to bewail, you want to cry for something, cry for the burning of God. Cry for that fire, because it came from God. And that's what's holy about it. Because it came from God. That's what made it holy. That's what made it put the distinction between holy and profane. That fire. Let's read. And ye shall what?
You shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest you die.
He said, don't leave. Don't leave. He said, because what?
Lest you die.
Because
the
what?
Anointing oil.
The anointing oil of the Lord is upon you.
And they did according to the word of Moses.
Let's read.
And the Lord said, and the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine, nor strong drink.
Say, don't drink wine, nor strong drink.
Thou, nor thy sons with thee, when you go into the tabernacle of the
Don't get drunk and go to officiating in the tabernacle. Don't do that. You cannot mix these things. I can't drink and come up here and teach the word of God. I can't be, come up, don't go drinking and teaching the word of God. Now, mind you, no, it just came to me. Oh, we can do it. We can't do it on Shabbat. But God ain't made a distinction. He didn't put a separation. Even though if it's not Shabbat, don't come up here intoxicated and high, talking about thus saith the Lord. Even when the first and the last day of Pesach is on a regular day. Don't come up here high and drinking, talking about thus saith the Lord. Because God did not make a distinction. Leave that alone. Let's read.
Lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generation.
And what?
And that ye may put a difference between holy and unholy.
Put a difference between holy and unholy. Put a separation between what is holy and what is not holy. Go ahead, read.
And between unclean and clean.
Now, the only way to know what is holy or unholy, the only way to know what is unclean from clean, you got to read the book. The book is what's going to show you and show you and show you what is holy, what God said is holy, what is unholy, what God said is unholy, what is what? Clean and what is not unclean. The book shows us that, man. Let's read it.
And that you may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord had spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spake unto Aaron and unto Eleazar and unto Ithamar his sons that were left. Take the meat offering,
that remaineth of the offering
of the Lord
made by fire,
and eat it without leaven.
Eat it without leaven.
Beside the altar.
Beside the altar.
For it is most holy.
For it is most holy.
And you shall eat it in the holy place.
Eat it in the holy place.
It is thy due.
It's your due.
And thy sons do.
And your sons
do. The sacrifices of the Lord. Made by fire. For so I am commanded. And the way breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat it in a clean place. Thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee. For they be thy due and thy sons due, which are given out of the sacrifices, the peace offerings of the children of Israel. The heave shoulder, the wave breast shall they bring, with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be thine and thy sons with thee by statute forever, as the Lord hath commanded. And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering.
Moses is looking for the sin offering. Okay? Because they didn't go. What was the command? Go eat it at the what?
Beside the altar.
Besides the altar. Moses went back to look, to check on it. Because that's what we got to do. We got to check.
Make sure.
We always got to check. I cannot leave it up to you to fulfill this. I can't leave it up to you to fulfill these laws. I always got to double check. I always got to make sure. Tamshi.
And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering,
And
behold, it was burnt.
It was burnt.
And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar,
The
sons of Aaron, which were left alive, saying, wherefore have you not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy?
Now the sin offering was commanded, told them to go eat it at the what? At the altar. In the holy place by the altar, right? They didn't eat it at the holy place by the altar. What was the next thing to do if they didn't eat it there? Burn it. You ain't going to eat it. Remember, in the law, it says when it's left to the third day, burn it. Okay? Now, in this instance now, they didn't eat it. Why? Because it's going to tell you why they didn't eat it at the altar. So the next thing Aaron stepped in. Aaron interceded because he commanded who to eat it at the altar? The priests. His sons. But the only one that can change that was who? His father. They was going to eat it at the altar. But his father interceded and interjected it and stopped him and said, no, don't eat it at the altar. Bring it here. Let me burn it. I'll show you something. Let's read.
Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? And God had given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make an atonement for them before the Lord. Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy place as I commanded.
Now, you know who he's talking to?
Eleazar and Ithamar.
He's talking to Eleazar and Ithamar. But Eleazar and Ithamar say, you know what? My father told me to do it. And then start talking junk. They didn't do that. They respected their uncles, man. They didn't get down like that. They honored and respected their uncles like as if they was their own father. The only one that can change that order was the father. Was the father. Come on, man. I don't disrespect my uncle. My uncle did certain things, and you know what? When I feel offended, I go to my father. I don't go nuts. I go to my Abba. I say, man, Abba, this and this and this happened. Abba go to him and say, man, what happened? I ain't gonna fight my uncle. And I ain't gonna fight my aunt. And go back and forth with my aunt and my uncle. Only Americanized people, Americanized children do things like that, man. Yeah. No matter what your uncle and your aunt do, you hold your ground. That's right. You hold your ground, man. Right. You hold your place, and you know who you go to? You go to your parents. You say, listen, Ima or Abba, this and this and this and this and this happened. This and this and this and this happened. And Ima and Abba will approach your aunt or your uncle. You don't go approaching your aunt and your uncle.
That's a fact.
Come on, man. Where we learn these ways from? Yeah. Where we learn that from, man? Here. Let's read. Here.
And Aaron said unto Moses, behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord.
Look what Aaron said. He said they offered their what?
Their sin offering.
Their sin offering.
And their burnt offering.
And their burnt offering before God. Read.
And such things have befallen me.
And if I said, man, look what happened to me. You know what's the such thing that befell him? He lost his two eldest sons, Nadab and Abihu. And God told him, don't cry. He said, you better not cry. Which means what? We got to watch what we mourn for.
We can't mourn for everybody.
We can't mourn for everybody. We can't pray for everybody. We can't cry for everybody. Because the person that we mourning for and crying for don't love your God. They're evil and they're wicked. But God said, hey, you better watch out who you mourning for. Don't cry. Because if you cry, wrath going to break forth upon the whole nation.
That man couldn't cry for his own son.
Couldn't cry for his own sons. So if you can't cry for your own sons, what makes you think you cry for other people?
Okay.
Yeah. Watch it.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Let's read.
And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord?
You hear that?
Good question.
Aaron gave a good, valid point. He said, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before God. And such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted? Would God have accepted it? So because if God wasn't going to accept it, there's no need for me to eat it. There's no need for me to eat that. So the next stage and the next thing to do is to burn it. Because it can't go in the garbage. It's holy.
No, can't throw that away.
Can't throw that away. That has to be burned. Go ahead, read.
And when Moses heard that, he was content.
He was content. Let's go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, not Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastes chapter 8.
After Proverbs.
Right. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 8. Is after what?
After Proverbs.
Proverbs? Yeah. No. Lamentation. Oh, probably your book's probably different. Yeah, after Proverbs. Yeah. So I ain't gonna say something else. Let's go to Lamentations chapter 8.
Who is as the wise man?
Who is as the wise man? Who is like unto the wise man?
Think like
Huh? Who think like a wise man? Who move like a wise man? Who lives like a wise man? Because the path of a wise man the book shows you how they think. The book shows you how they live.
That's right.
Tom, see?
And who knoweth the interpretation of a thing?
Who know it? The interpretation of a thing. The word for interpretation is pesher. You know what pesher means? Solution.
So.
The solution of a thing. You know what solution is? Because we don't know the solution of all matters. You know why I can say that? Because solution means what? A means of solving a problem or dealing with a difficult situation. Right. We don't know how to solve problems and deal with difficult situations. And sometimes we make it worse. Most of the time we make it worse than what it is. Yeah. Because of how you dealt with the situation. Okay?
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
A man's wisdom maketh his space to shine. The boldness of his space shall be changed.
It said a man's wisdom does what?
Make it his space to shine.
Now hold up. Let me say one thing. It said, know what the interpretation of a thing. Okay, now the interpretation, it means solution and interpretation. Interpretation means what? The action of explaining the meaning of something. Huh? The action of explaining the meaning of something. Right? That is what? Able to explain the law. Able to explain the knowledge of God without adding and taking away. Without adding in your own opinion and how you think and how you feel. That's what the interpretation of this that they're talking about. Who's able to explain this without adding and taking away? Who's able to do that?
Put their own words.
Who's able to explain this without getting emotional and adding their own thoughts and ideas to what God said? Who's able to do that?
Good question.
Tom Sheep.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment, Tom Sheep.
And that in regard of the oath of God.
Now, it's a man's wisdom make his face to shine, and the boldness of his face shall be changed, shall be different. What time in history did this happen? When Moses came down from the mount. When Moses came down from the mount, he had to cover his face with a veil.
Like his head was a light bulb.
Because his face was giving off radiant beams.
Too bright to look at.
Remember now, he's amongst God. He's amongst God. for 40 days and 40 nights, conversing and going back and forth with God. Go ahead, read.
Be not hasty to go out of his sight.
Verse 2.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
And that in regard of the oath of God.
And in regard of the word of God, and of the word of God, of the oath of God. Right? Tamshi.
Be not hasty to go out of his sight. Stand not in an evil thing.
He says, be not hasty to go out of his sight. Don't be so quick to go off from God. Don't be so quick to get into things that you don't have no business getting into. But in order to acknowledge these things, you got to be on point with yourself. And don't come up with a reason of why this happened or that happened. Look at a real reason why this thing happened. Don't put yourself in a realm or in a position where you cannot accomplish the laws and the commandments of God. Right? It said, be not hasty to go out of his sight. Stand not in an evil thing. To stand means what? To agree, to accept, to participate in. Don't be involved in things that God is against. Don't agree with things that God don't agree with. Don't participate and support things that God don't support. Support and participate in. And we got to be careful with that, man. Because we agree and we stand on certain things that God don't stand on. It ain't right. That's not right. Let's read.
Where the word of a king is, there is
power. It says, stand not in the evil thing. For what? For he do it whatsoever he pleaseth. Tamshi.
Where the word of a king is, there is power. And who may say unto him, what doest thou? Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing. And a wise man's heart discerneth both time and judgment.
Where the word of a king, there's power. Okay? Whatever the king said, it's going to go down. It's going to happen. Nobody's going to go against what the king said. Good or bad. Right? He said, not in an evil thing, but he do it whatsoever he pleases. Verse 4.
Where the word of a king is, there is power. And who may say unto him, what doest thou? Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing.
Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel. The word for feel is yada. It means to know. Whoso keepeth the commandments shall know no evil thing. Huh? It's not even going to come to my mind because I'm 100% in God. So evil things is not going to come to my mind to know. You're not going to want to be involved in things that is against what God says.
Right there.
You're not going to really be involved in those things. Tamshi.
And a wise man's heart discerneth both time and judge.
A wise man's heart know it both time and judgment, which means he can discern between the times. When certain things happen, when certain things go down, he can discern between the times and able to tell you and explain to you the times. Tamshi.
Ecclesiastes 8.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 6. He said, because to every purpose.
There is time.
He said, because to every purpose is what?
There is time.
There is time.
And judgment.
And judgment. Everything that goes down in life is a set time of when it happens. It's a set time.
There's a time limit, yeah.
Okay, there's a time limit. Tamshi.
Therefore, the misery of man is great upon him. For he knoweth not that which shall be. Well, who can tell him when it shall be?
He don't know the future.
He
don't know when it's going to happen. He don't know when it's going to go down. So you become it becomes stressful and aggravated because you don't know when it's going to happen, when it's going down. Tamshi.
There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain, to hold that spirit.
You can't keep it.
You can't keep it. Once God command that spirit to leave, it gotta go.
It's gone.
You can't hold that spirit. Tamshi.
Neither hath he power in the day of death.
Tamshi.
There is no discharge in that war, neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it. All this have I seen, and applied my heart unto every work that is done under the sun. There is a time wherein one man ruled over another to his own hurt.
There is a time when one man ruled over another, but to his own hurt. To his own hurt. Tamshi.
So I saw the wicked buried.
Now the word for rule it, right? Rule it, it means shin lamet tet shalat. It means domineer or to exercise power, right? Domineer means to assert one's will over another in an arrogant way. You start asserting your will over a person in an arrogant way. In an arrogant way. That's not cool. All right? Now, the word for, let me back up a little bit. He said, wherein one man ruled over another to his own evil. The word for hurt is ra. Resh ayin. It means evil. Tamshi, verse 11.
And I saw, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily.
And this is why we continue to do things that is contrary to God. This is why we continue to do things that God don't accept, because judgment don't happen immediately. When you go and you violate and profane the Sabbath day, nothing happened to you immediately. When you go and kindle fire and do things that is against God, nothing happens immediately. So you think you're okay. You think everything is good. But that's when you gotta be careful and watch yourself, because God is allowing you to pile up sin upon yourself.
Right.
And then once you pile these iniquities and sins upon yourself and your cup run over, then he come and hit you. You get banged. Tamshi.
Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
Because the judgment of God does not come speedily, that's the reason why the heart of the sons of men is already set to do things evil, to do things that is contrary to God. Tamshi.
Though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear God, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow, because he feareth not before God. There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, unto whom it happeneth according to the work of
There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, unto whom it happeneth according to the work of the wicked. Again, now let me explain that. Just men, right? Unto whom it happeneth. The word for happen in the Hebrew is naga, right? It means touch it, right? So whatever happens in the life of a just man, of an evil person, it touched the righteous also. Not because I'm getting touched and hit up means I'm evil and I'm wicked, but time and chance happens to them all, whether we live righteously or we don't live righteously. But okay, go ahead, read.
Again, there be wicked men, to whom it happeneth according to the work of the righteous. I said that this is also
again. There's wicked people that good things happen to them also.
Yeah.
That don't mean they're doing right. That don't mean that what they're doing is right. Not because you're a millionaire means your lifestyle is correct by God. Okay? Let's read.
Then I commended mirth, because a man had no better thing.
Then I commended mirth. The word for mirth is simcha. Simcha means gladness, joy, happiness. Let's hear what he said about mirth. He said, I commended gladness. I commended joy, happiness.
Because a man had no better thing under the sun.
Ain't nothing better than to be happy. Ain't nothing better than to have joy and gladness. Tamshi.
Than to eat and to drink and to be merry. But that shall abide with him of his labor, the days of his life.
That's going to be with me. That ain't going nowhere. Tamshi.
which God giveth him under the sun. When I appointed mine heart to know wisdom and to see the business that is done upon the earth.
Cut that. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 1. Got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead, read it.
The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, and the young man knowledge and discretion.
Okay, start over.
The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. To know wisdom and
to know wisdom and instructions. You know what wisdom is? Wisdom is the performance of the laws of God. To know wisdom and instructions. The word for instructions in the Hebrew is musar. Musar means, right? Musar is chastisement, reprimand, right? Now, musar, chastisement, reproof, reprimand, correction, learning, knowledge acquired through experience. Through experience, so I can teach you. I can teach you through the experience that I've been through. Okay? I can also teach you through studying, that I put my studies in and I put work into this. So now, through my studies, I can show you and tell you, right? Or by being taught, right? Now, instructions is detailed information telling how something should be. And what is instructions? In the Hebrew, it means Torah. Torah is instructions. These are the instructions that God has gave us to live our life by. Okay? Now, it says what? To perceive the words of understanding. To perceive, hey, bait, your noon. It means to understand. To understand the words of understanding. To teach or be able to explain. The word perceive, right? Understanding is the reasoning. The reasoning means what? The action of thinking of something in the logical, sensible way. And we don't think like that. We just jump to our emotions and make a decision and move off our emotions, not acknowledging that what you're doing is wrong. And then later on, after that, you have to consider and say, man, I made a bad move.
You ain't heard me turn your back on God.
I made a bad move. You know why? Because we move off the emotions and we didn't think of the situation in a logical, sensible way.
You heard yourself.
All right? But verse 3, right?
Verse 3, yes. To receive the instruction of wisdom.
To receive the instructions of wisdom. The word for wisdom is hiskel, right? Hiskel means what? To acquire sense, right? Is the ability to understand, recognize when something is right or wrong, using a knowledge of what is right or wrong according to what God says. According to what God says. So if God didn't say it was wrong or right, then you can't voice that. You got to keep that to yourself. You got to leave that alone. Tom Sheep.
Wisdom, justice, and judgment and equity.
Tom Sheep.
To give subtlety to the simple.
To give subtlety to the simple. Subtlety is adama, means prudence. You know what prudence is? One of the definitions of prudence is being cautious, being careful, being cautious, being circumspect. What is cautiousness? We know what prudence is. The other definition, the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning, by use of using the reasoning of God, not your reasoning. Use the reasoning of God to establish certain matter and to correct yourself. Not your reasoning, not my reasoning. Cautiousness is a quality or a habit, a quality. We know what that is. That means not everybody got that quality. Not everybody had that quality of being cautious.
That's what they mouth is.
Okay? We just move and we do things and we say things, not being cautious of what we do and say. Not being worried about what's going to happen or what kind of effect will happen if we do or say these things. Right? It says a quality or a habit of being careful about what you say and do. And I didn't even read the whole definition. Two things we got to be cautious about. The things that we say out of our mouth and our actions. What verse you at?
I'm at
4?
verse 5.
Okay.
No, I'm at 4.
Yeah, to give subtlety to the simple.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion. That's heavy. We want to. You really want to know what discretion is? This discretion is something. It's a quality that God said that young people need. To the young man.
Very bad.
You know why they need young discretion? Bad. We're going to go into what discretion is. All right? Mizmah. It's 2 definitions. Sagacious and discretion. Sagacious means having a keen, having a sharp mental discernment between what is right and wrong. Able to tell the difference between right and wrong. What is discretion? Discretion is a quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information.
Be careful with my words.
That's heavy. I gotta be careful with the words that I use because I want to avoid offending you and revealing information that don't need to be put out there. You see that?
Everybody don't need to know this, man.
You see that? Look, man, that's the power of right to what? Go ahead, Tom Sheet. Verse
a wise man will hear and will increase learning.
A wise man will hear. What, verse 5? A wise man will hear.
And increase learning.
And increase learning.
Very true.
Increase learning. Tom Sheet.
And a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels.
Wise counsel. Tak bulot. Right? It means the root word is kabal. Mm-hmm. It means steering and guidance. Right? Steering right. And guidance. What is steering? Able to control the course of the course of yourself. Able to control yourself. What is guidance? Help and advice using the knowledge of God. Using the knowledge of God. Again, not my own knowledge, but using the knowledge of God. Okay, Tom Sheet.
To understand a proverb.
To understand the proverb.
And the interpretation.
And the interpretation.
The words of the wise and their dark sayings.
The words of the wise and their dark sayings. Tom Sheet.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. Right. What is knowledge? The know-how. Read.
But fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Fools despise wisdom and instructions. No matter what you say to a person, trying to show the person where the person is going wrong at, they still reject it. They reject it.
Cut off.
Tom Sheet.
My son, hear the instructions of thy father.
Hear the instructions of your father. Hear the instructions of your father. oh, look, we can still follow the instructions of your father even though he's not here. All you got to do is play the tape back. And everything that my father was instructing me about and telling me, do, don't follow this, don't rock this, follow it.
That's right. That's right.
Because, you know, it becomes hideous after I keep telling you, stop turning this. Don't keep turning this, son. Stop turning this over and over, son. Hey, son, I keep telling you, hey, daughter, stop turning this, son. And I've been telling you, don't turn this for months and years. But then it come a time where, you know what, man, I'm tired. He didn't say I'm tired. Well, you know, all right, go ahead, turn it. No, stick to the first rule. Don't turn it. Tom, see?
And forsake not the law of thy mother.
Forsake not the law of your mother. Right? What is forsake? To abandon. Right? Go ahead.
But they shall be an ornament of grace unto thy head, and chains about thy neck.
To forsake means to abandon. So the laws of your mother, when your mother tell you to do something, when she tell you don't do something, remember those things. And continue to walk in righteousness before God by following the rules and the commandments and the laws of your parents. Because the laws and the commandments of your parents is separate from what God says. Those are their own laws. Tom, see?
But they shall be an ornament of grace unto thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, sinners entice thee.
If sinners entice thee, because there's gonna come a time where people that do not respect God gonna come to you and detour you, tell you things to detour you and pull you away from God. Gotta be careful of that, man. That's the enticement of sinners. Be careful of that, man. Let's read.
If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with sport. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from that path. For their feet run to do evil and make haste to shed blood.
I ain't got to follow you, man. I don't have to follow you. You know the way you should be walking and the things that you should not be doing, the things that you should be doing. Okay? Listen. There are certain things that we shouldn't be partaking of. The jolly season is approaching.
Hammer it.
I said the jolly season, that's what they call it. The jolly season is approaching. It's called Xmas, Christmas. And it's a custom that God hates and despises.
The whole world loves.
The decoration of the trees, the tinsels and the bulbs and the things that we decorate these trees with, because the origin of this thing here stems back to Nimrod. The tree is in symbolism of the body of Nimrod. The tinsels and the bulbs is in symbolism to body parts that was sacrificed and killed. So they decorated this with body parts. Okay? And when you had Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving dinner, we shouldn't partake and eat of these things. We shouldn't eat and partake of these things because that's called the food of the gods. The food that's prepared on that day, because there's 2 times they cook now. Thanksgiving, they make a big dinner. Then you're going to find people December 24th, 23rd, going packed in the stores to make a Christmas dinner. And you, oh abominable one, you are going to eat from it. So when they're preparing their Christmas dinner, don't eat it. You better go to the store and buy you some food. You go to the store, buy you something to cook separate. By all, listen, you shouldn't even be there.
Shouldn't even be there.
We got to stop going around family and relatives during their celebrations. We got to stop going around family and relatives during their celebrations, because to attend is to celebrate. And every time you continue to attend and partake and be a part of it, you are in celebrations of Thanksgiving, of Christmas, Easter dinner, all them things that we need to separate ourselves from our family, because that's how you know when you chose God.
Family don't want you to.
I said that's when you will know when you have chose God. Okay? When you're able to pull away from family during their festivities, now I see that you chose.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird. And they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain.
So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain. The word for greedy of gain is bazar. It means unjust gain or unjust profit. Right? Go ahead.
Which taketh away the life of the owners thereof.
Tom sheet.
Wisdom crieth without.
Wisdom quiet without. You know what the word for quiet means? The Hebrew, it means forewarns. Wisdom warns you. Wisdom forewarns. You know what forewarns means? Forewarn means it warns you before the trouble starts. Before the wrath break loose.
That's right.
Wisdom has warned you.
That's right.
Now, if you don't take heed to wisdom, when it's warning you, then after that, you had your chance to pull away. Now the wrath of God is going to come because you have rejected it. Read.
She uttereth her voice in the streets. She cried in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city, she uttereth her words, saying, how long?
You know what they're talking about? Wisdom. Wisdom is everywhere. Wisdom comes to you and tell you don't do it. Wisdom is that doubt. That doubt when you're in your action doing things that's against God. The doubt, you second guess it and the doubt comes. Don't do it. Sometimes it comes. Sometimes it don't come. But when it comes once. Sometimes it comes twice. Go ahead.
How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity?
How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? The word for simplicity is pei tau yod. It means folly, foolishness. How long will you continue to love folly? How do we show that we love folly? According to your lifestyle, according to what you attend, according to your respect and consider and honor, shows that you love foolishness and folly because you're around it. If you don't love it, then you'll separate yourselves during those times.
Correct.
But you go around it. Tom She.
And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make
turn
known.
You at my reproof. That's God. He said, turn at the reproof of God, at the chastisement of God. So when God chastises you, what you're supposed to do after that is be better. Change. I'm supposed to see some type of changes in you, but you refuse to change. You have become stubborn with God. You have become unyielding with God. Go ahead.
I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called and ye refused.
Because I have called and you refused. What is the calling of God? when you come into knowledge of who you are, when you come into knowledge of God's laws and his commandments and what you need to do to gain his attention. Go ahead.
Because I have called and he refused, I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded.
No man regarded. You wasn't attentive. You didn't want to hear. Go ahead.
But ye have set at naught all my counsel and would none of my reproof.
But ye have set at naught. The word for naught is tifreu. It means to neglect. You have neglected all my counsels. Tamshi.
And would none of my reproof.
I
will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh.
You hear that? So, after God warned you, you don't take heed to the warning of God, then the trouble is coming. And when the trouble comes, and when negative things happen, it's because of your shortcomings with God and because of the things that you're doing against what God said. Right. Now, when you go to pray for mercy and pity and compassion, he's going to laugh at you. He's not going to show you no mercy because you had a chance to return and you didn't return. You chose not to return. Tamshi.
When your fear cometh as desolation and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. But that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord.
They hated knowledge and they did not choose the fear of God. You didn't choose the laws. You didn't choose his commandments. You chose your own ways. You chose what you wanted to do, not acknowledging that you are offending God. We don't acknowledge that and we don't think about that. Your actions and the things that we do in life, we can offend God with those things. Tamshi.
They would none of my counsel.
They didn't desire my counsel.
They despised all
my reproof.
Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way.
Therefore, God is going to give you your own wanton ways. He's going to give you the lust of your own heart. He's going to steer you into the wrong direction. Tamshi.
And be filled with their own devices.
You're going to be filled with your own advice, your own counsel. No one will be able to counsel you and advise you, because when someone counsels you and advise you with the righteousness of God, you reject it. So God is going to fill you up with your own counsel, with your own advice. You know what that means? When God fill you up with your own advice, your own counsel, you counsel yourself. You advise yourself. And when whatever decision that come up in your mind, it's right. Ain't that something? People come up with their own decisions and they tell themselves that they're right and they're correct. And they refuse to acknowledge the fault in whatever they decided to do. He's going to leave you to your own decisions. Tamshi. Oh, therefore shall he eat. He said, for the turning away of the simple shall slay them. And the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell in safety. You're going to be saved. Once you hearken to God and do the things that is lawful and right by God, God will make sure that you're safe. The Creator will make sure that you're doing, that you're safe. Right? Now, let's go to Proverbs 3. Proverbs 3, and I'm going to hit certain spots. I'm going to jump around, right? Proverbs 3, verse 5. He said, trust in the Lord all thine heart. Trust in God 100%. Because the reason why we need to trust God 1,000%, that's what's going to trigger the actions. That's what's going to cause you to start doing things and living according to what God says. It said, and lean not unto thine own understanding. You know what that means? You know what that means to lean unto your own understanding when certain things come to your mind? You don't check it to make sure if it's true or where these thoughts coming from. Once it comes to your mind, oh man, it's got to be true. The adversary could have put that in your mind. This could be an evil thought. This could be an evil thought because the adversary put things here for you to follow. That's where sin begins. That's where everything begins. Everything begins here. You can't run with everything that comes to your mind because it ain't got to be right. It ain't got to be right. Sometimes certain things come to your mind and you're dead wrong about what came here to your mind. But it was put there to push you away. It was put there to push you away. And he knew you was going to hearken. That's why he did not approach Adam. The serpent knew who to approach. I said the serpent knew who to approach. He already knew that if I approach Adam, Adam not going to listen. So he approached Eve. Put those thoughts in Eve's head. Right? He said, in all our ways, acknowledge God. In all your ways, in whatever you do, acknowledge God. And how do you acknowledge God? When you go for a job, listen, sir, I serve God.
That's right.
I'm a Hebrew.
Yeah.
First thing come out.
Okay?
Right.
And I cannot work on Shabbat or no Jewish holiday.
Ever. Yeah. Ever.
All right? Listen, judge. Listen, boss. It's Friday.
That's right.
I'm at work. But at this time, at this designated hour, I must be out of here.
Oh, this is my designated.
I gotta leave.
That's a fact.
So you mean you gotta leave yes.
That's
to get home at the right time that I need to get home. I need to leave at this time, boss man.
Or God is going to designate.
Or God is going to do me something dirty. Yeah, I got to leave. And I don't want that. I don't want no beef with God. I'd rather have beef with anybody else except for God. I don't want no problems with God, man. And when we go against these laws, commandments, and statutes, and the things that we need to be doing, you are at war with God.
That's right.
You got beef with God, not me.
Right.
You're defying God.
Yeah.
He said, in all thy ways, acknowledge him. Acknowledge who? Acknowledge God. And he shall direct thy path. You hear that, man?
Gotcha. I'm going to show you.
When we acknowledge God first, then the path that we take in life, God will direct you in the correct path that we need to take so that we don't get directed in the path into a dark path that's not good. All right? He said, be not wise in thine own eyes. How do you be wise in your own eyes? You can't correct me. You can't tell me I'm going wrong. You can't tell me that the thoughts that came to my head about this situation, I ain't wrong about it. That's my people say that's my intuition, my feeling. But my intuition can be wrong too.
People's intuition can be good or evil.
People's intuition, you don't have to be right.
Most of the time, it's evil.
Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you're right.
My intuition told me you stole it.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. People's intuition tell you that you stole because I was the only one here.
My intuition told me.
And then people would think and say, man, I think he stole it. Or she stole it. The person ain't steal nothing. They ain't steal it.
It fell behind the dresser.
But they really definitely feel that you did stole it.
It's a real talk, man.
It said, honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thine increase. The only way you can do that, we need a temple. We need the temple. We need the temple so that we can give up the first fruits, and we need the priest. We don't have that right now. So now we honor God with our actions and the things that we do to be lawful and right by God. My son, despise not the chastening of God, neither be weary of his correction. So when God chastises you, take it gracefully. Don't get angry, because it's only to make you better.
That's right.
It's only to make you better.
Yeah.
That's why God chastises you, so that you can acknowledge your faults with God.
Yeah. Get back in place.
All right? For whom the Lord loveth, he corrected.
Right.
If God love you, he going to correct you. Even as a father, the son in whom he delighted. Huh? Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. He said that man going to be happy.
His end going to be good.
Huh? His end going to be great. Proverbs 3 verse 27. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due. If a person did you good, it's only right for me to return the favor back and do them good. Huh? He said, when it is in thy power of thy hand to do it, say not unto thy neighbor, go and come, and tomorrow I will give when thou hast it by me. I have it to give you, but I told the person to leave and come back. I'll give it to you tomorrow. God said, don't do that. Don't do that. Right? Strive not with a man without cause, if he had done thee no harm. Why are you striving and arguing and going back and forth with this person, and they ain't did you no harm? They ain't did you no evil, but you're going back and forth with the person. He said, envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. Right? For the froward is an abomination to the Lord, but his secret is with the righteous. What is froward? The word for froward, it means opposite, contrary. Opposite or contrary. Froward thoughts are opposite to God. It separates you from God. Okay? And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was brought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. At this moment in time, I'd like everybody to rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
only likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven
or
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the waters under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I am the Lord thy God, am jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation
unto the third and fourth generation
of them that hate me,
of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name
Thou shalt not take the name
of the Lord thy God in vain,
of the Lord thy God in vain,
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless
that taketh his name in vain.
that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor thy
daughter,
manservant,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days
For in 6
the
days
Lord made heaven and earth,
the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore
Wherefore,
the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land,
that thy days may be long upon the land,
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his
Nor
manservant.
his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That was the Ten Commandments. That was the base of what we're supposed to live by. You see, there's a lot of thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. That's what keeps you pure and perfect and upright and righteous in this world before you die. Everybody in the world has their own idea of what righteousness is and what good and bad is and what evil is. Not everybody's on the same page with the Most High. Okay? Now, our first stop, we're going to go to Psalms, chapter 95. Psalms, chapter 95. He said, oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord, because that's who they sung to. They didn't serenade women. They didn't make songs singing to women about their love for a woman. Now, we have the Song of Solomon, right? Those were letters. He didn't do that. He wrote letters, and he said certain things to her, okay? And it's more poetry than a song, even though it says a Song of Solomon. It's more of where poetry comes from. Okay, you heard of poetry, right? Mm-hmm. That's where it comes from. Okay, I'm at Psalms 95 from the top. Psalms, right? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Look. There's a lot of things that say thou shalt not, right? And there's things outside of it you still can't follow and do. Mm-hmm. Okay, there are traditions. There's customs, okay, that are not laws by the people, but people expect it to be followed, all right? So they said, let us sing unto the Lord. That's who the men sung to God. Nobody sung to nobody else. Whenever somebody's singing, it's to the Most High God. Songs of praises. So they said, let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, and make a joyful noise unto him with song.
Not, you know the joyful noise? Something that sounds pleasant to the ears. Mm-hmm. Okay? What people do on New Year's Eve? Pow, pow, ah, pow, that make noise. That's not a joyful noise. Okay? That's not a joyful noise. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know how to pray to the Most High. Mm-hmm. In the Chronicles and in the Kings, 2 kings, all right? Hezekiah and Josiah. They reformed the whole state of Israel because Israel was done. Right? Everybody was doing what they want. Nobody was doing the right thing. Josiah left Judah and went to where the Samaritans at and got them straight. Got rid of all the images. Got rid of sodomites out the land. Men who like men. That was in the land at a point in time. It got to that point. And he kicked them out 2 times. 2 kings did this. Asa, King Asa, and Hezekiah. 2 different eras in Israel time. And after they did that, it said, now that we cleaned our act up, we don't have abominations, not just in our houses, in the land. You ain't gonna find these things, images, all that stuff, altars, they got rid of it. Now, we're gonna show thanksgiving to God and sing praises to him with what? The Psalms of David. And when you read it, it will say, and they sung praises and glorified God with the Psalms of David. You can't make your own poetry to God or prayer to God. You can make a testament, but only men that serve God do that. You know what that is? Hey, my father did it. One time he was on his deathbed. He was near to death. And it wasn't time for him to go, but it looked like he was going down. And he wrote in the back of the Psalms prayer, I, Chief Eleazar, servant of the Lord, he thought he was about to go out. That wasn't no prayer. He's testifying that he's about to die serving God. You can do that. But you can't make your own prayers. Okay? Certain prayers in prayer books, be careful with that, because David didn't make those prayers either. Okay? It's best to stick with how our forefathers did it. Anytime they messed up and they came back to God, do what they did. Copy them. Follow them. These are the examples. But you don't know what to follow because you don't read. And then when somebody is reading and you're there, you're not listening. You're in your phone. You're texting somebody. Or your mind is somewhere else. Okay? So you're not going to get the gist of what is coming off of the podium. It said, make a joyful noise unto him with psalms. Psalms. The only one that wrote those was David. He said, for the Lord is a great God, verse 3, and a great king above all gods. Verse 3.
For the Lord is a great God, and a great king above all gods. In his hand are the deep places of the earth.
God, it said, in his hands are the deep places of the earth. You know what the deep places is? The bottom of the ocean, under the ocean, okay? The depths of the earth. God is there. His name is there. And whatever activity that's going on, God caused it to happen. All right? He said the strength of the hills is his also, Tamshi.
The sea is his, and he made it.
He made it.
And his hand.
Wait. He made it. So the sea don't belong to Neptune. Okay? Thor and all of these gods that's in cartoons, comics, and all over the place. They got to always replace the Most High God with the resemblance of a man, a child, a woman, or an animal. Okay? Just remember that. This is his world. He said, and his hands formed the dry land. Some sheep.
Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you will hear,
he said,
his voice,
today, if you're going to hear this, if you're paying attention to this, today is any day that you're hearing this. All right. He said, if you will hear his voice, here's whose voice? God's voice. All right. These words is God's voice. Tamshi.
Harden not your heart.
Don't harden your heart. You're going to hear things that you might not like. You're going to hear things that you might not agree with. Oh, you got to make sure. Oh, wow. I heard one man say, damn. You know what that means? he has to stop doing whatever it is that he just heard coming from here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that there means? I had to stop something that I like, that entertains me, that satisfies me.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to change that now to do what God say. It takes strength and a man and a woman to do these things. Yeah, because you're used to this way. You're used to being this way. Now, he said, when you hear it, harden not your heart. You know when you harden your heart? You know when you harden your heart? When you don't follow it. You know when you harden your heart? When you was following it and you stop. You know when you harden your heart? When you don't want to agree with a person that's spitting God's commandments correct and they're right. You don't want to agree with them. Don't harden your heart. Hardening your heart is when you get stubborn against God's words. So he said, when you hear the word, don't stubborn, because God knows us. He knows how we think and how things go with man. He knows how we think and how we're made up because he made us. He knows that if a person is so used to living this way and it brings them so much joy, yeah, it brings them joy out there, these ways that God hates. They don't know God. They just meeting him. So now the fight begins. And if you fight, they say you will win the battle and you will get the victory. You know what the victory is? I gotta let y'all know what some of these things they be saying on here, what it really means. The victory is not here on this planet while you're alive. You say, oh man, he's winning. Who they say that to? What kind of a person do they say is winning? Money. He got this. He got wealth. He got connects. He's in, right? That's what mankind and wicked people say is winning. That's the only win they know. The victory that they talking about here is when you leave here and God restore your spirit to you. You won. You won the battle that you're fighting here. That's only if you're fighting though. Fighting who? Fighting what? Fighting where? Inside. I'm fighting myself inside. Okay? I can't help you fight yourself. I could give you pointers and counsel and advice and point you to how these godly people wrote and said, hey man, if you want to get close to God, how shall a young man cleanse his way? He said, okay, well, you got to do this thing. But if you're going to do it, you got to do this over here. And if you want God to look at you, you got to do these things over here. You got to be this way over here. You have to behave this. That's how this thing goes. So when you hear it, don't harden your heart, because that's what makes people ask doubtful questions after they don't heard the commandment. Tamshi.
Harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. When your fathers tempted me,
he said, don't harden your heart like your fathers did in the wilderness. When they heard, every time Moses told them something, they hardened their heart and they murmured. Joshua and Caleb said, nah, man, let's not do such a thing and let's not sin before God, and because they wanted to kill Moses and Aaron. He said, let's not do that and sin before God. They said, nay, kill Moses and Aaron. They hardened their hearts to the point where they was ready to kill the representatives of God. They didn't care. And you can harden your heart to that point.
Right.
You can harden your heart, and in other cases, God will harden your heart, like he did Pharaoh. You know why he hardened Pharaoh's heart? To show him who God is.
That's right.
Because that man grew up thinking that he is going to become a god. Right? Like the ones before him, the pharaohs before him. Mm-hmm. They all feel that when they all have the thing, that when they die, they can take all their worldly possessions with them. It's going with them.
No.
And they're going to go somewhere. No. All these things are stories, fables, myths that people really believe. So you don't get to do this. The idea and the whole goal is to get you from following the commandments of God. Everything will be against you, not just your family. Oh, speaking of family, if a person is old enough to live on their own, they're a grown adult, and you're trying to follow God's laws and live by these, but you live in heathens' houses, your family, get out of there. If you're a kid now, you can't do nothing about that. Okay? But if you're grown and you can go on your own, you should start setting out plans to do that on your own. That way you have freedom and the liberty to serve God without nobody putting an obstacle. Because people naturally are going to put obstacles. Number one, family. I've never met nobody who changed their life to start serving God and their family was okay with it. Has anybody?
Nope.
In your experience, have you met anybody?
No.
Family is not all the time mother and father. It be brothers, sisters.
True.
And they be so offended
True.
that you don't do this no more.
Yeah.
I ain't saying you got to stop, cousin or sister. I didn't say you got to dress like me, uncle or aunt. I'm just saying you're not going to see me at the family dinners no more. I'm not going to be a part of that no more.
That's right.
When it's time for the holidays to come around, that's when the families come together.
Right.
People go on vacations. That's why the planes be all out of whack because everybody's trying to get home. You hear dude walking. He don't see his mother but one time.
Once a year.
Once a year on Thanksgiving. You hear dudes walking. Yeah, Ma, I'm coming to see you, Ma. I can't wait till I love you, Ma. Okay, this is a joke.
It's true.
Oh, it's the time for everybody to be together in family. No.
I just want to be thankful for this.
Nah, thankful. Thankful. You don't even know that everything that you eat in here is abominable.
Abominable.
You're being thankful to the devil, and you don't even know it. Yeah, he's behind all images, deities, religions. Okay? Statues, houses of pagan worship. He's behind all of that. Songs, dances, movies. He's behind all that stuff, man.
Halloween too.
Oh, yeah.
They think he ain't behind that.
I don't see why not when you see what it's about.
They dress up the kids in costumes and think
It's nothing pretty.
oh, man. You worshiping the devil.
People make their houses and they're adorn their houses with ghosts and goblins and demons, devils, dead things. Man loves to worship dead things. From the time of Egypt, Egyptian worship was about celebrating the dead. Let's finish this out. Read that.
When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40
He said,
years.
your fathers tempted me, right? And they proved me. Why? Because God showed his work. God showed who he is. Every time he said, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to show you that I am the Lord.
Right.
I'm going to do this. But guess what? No, y'all messed up. Look, I'm going to do this to show you I am your God. I am the Lord. I am your Lord. I am your God. Because you're not getting it. 10 plagues don't went down. You're still not getting it.
I done fed you bread.
I fed you. I fed you in a place where you can't grow nothing.
You still ain't get it.
I gave you water in the desert.
You still ain't get it.
That's right.
Some of y'all got hung on, got your heads cut off and hung up. Still ain't get it. So you know what Mosai did? He let them stay there for 40 years and put them through all them trials. And everybody who failed died. God said, I destroyed them. He said, and those who are left of you alive are the ones that stuck and cleaved to me because they did the commandments. Whatever Moses told them to do, they did it. And they didn't turn on God. Right. They didn't get desperate. And what's the word? Desperate and or spontaneous, meaning moving without thinking. Okay? They were complaining against God. That's what the murmuring is. And God said, I heard what each and every one of you said in your tents. I heard everything that y'all said. So guess what? Y'all gonna stay here for 40 years, which is just a 3-day journey. It only took 3 days to get from when they crossed the Red Sea, through the wilderness, and into Israel. It only take 3 days. Up to this day, the trek is still 3 days. But God made them linger and go around in circles in the wilderness of nowhere, because you have to filter out, like, some of these people ain't gonna make it. Born Israelite out of the line of Yaakov or not, the majority didn't make it. He killed all of them all. Most of the parents died. And you look, man, we bring the children in. None of them are circumcised.
Yep.
Joshua had to do it all over again.
Short arm inspection.
Yeah. He had to do it all over again. Because they went back. They didn't care. They forsook. Some shit.
40 years long was I grieved with this generation.
Yeah, see? 40 years long was I grieved. You know what that means? I had to deal with you guys for 40 years. Y'all gave me 40 years of trouble.
That gave me hell.
That gave me hell. That gave me problems. It wasn't one thing, it was another. That's what God is saying about these people. Some shit.
And said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways.
These people, they err in their hearts. I mean, they got this in their hearts, in their minds.
You can sin with just thoughts.
Just your thoughts alone.
Just your thoughts alone.
And how you feel towards certain things. Tamshi.
That they do err in their minds, and they have not known my ways.
Mm-hmm.
Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest.
He said, I swore unto them my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest. Moses entered into his rest.
Yes, he did. Aaron did.
Aaron did. Joshua did. Elders did.
That's right.
Eldad and Medad did. Phinehas did.
That's right.
Eleazar and Ithamar did.
Joshua and
Caleb. That whole regime did.
That's right.
Most of the people didn't. You see what David and Abiram did.
That's right.
All of a sudden now, I know more than you, Moses and Aaron, and we should give y'all a break. You should let me come up there and officiate. We God's people too. That's how it started.
Mm-hmm.
When there was already, Moses said, you and your brother, boom. And you set it up. God set the order up. You can't come and switch that order around.
No.
And that's why they got killed. And that's what we do when we don't follow these commandments. Go to the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. No, 13. Start from 13.
And the Apocrypha?
Yeah. One right
here.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13. Go to 13. Please do that. Got it?
Yeah. Surely vain are all men by nature.
All men, the whole world, everybody is vain by nature. We're going to tell you why. But their nature and what they're into is nothing. It's vain. And we're going to see why, though, Tamshi.
Who are ignorant of God, and who could not out of the good
He
things.
said they are ignorant of God, meaning they don't know about the Most High. Mm-hmm. They know about Jacob. They know about Jacob. They know about this. They know about Egyptian culture. They know about that. They know about African culture. But they don't know about God. Tamshi.
And could not out of the good things that are seen know him that is.
It said they couldn't even, they're so far away, they can't look around and see that there's a God that made all of this and controlling all of this. Tamshi.
Now
you got people who say, "Oh, I don't understand how people could believe in a mysterious God." See, that's the heights of a wicked heathen. Okay, because you got people who think like that. Man, they want to see who they worshiping and serving so that they could what? Make pictures, make statues, idolize them. Because this is why God didn't show himself but to one man and his hind parts. Because he said, look, man, just beware. When I spoke to you out the middle of the fire. You only heard a voice. You didn't see a similitude. A similitude is a shape, detail, picture, vision. You didn't see nothing. But you know I was in there because I spoke to you about the fire. He said, just remember this. Remember that. That's why God did it that way. To show them, look, those things are not real. But you still can't see me and live. Right. They said, no man can see me and live. Because he's God. You know how powerful it is for his bare eyes to look upon you? You're gone. You're out of existence. Spirit wiped away everything. It's as if you never here. You're not going to turn to ashes. You're just going to disintegrate like you're not here. You say his eyes is 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Can you look at the sun in its full view? Can you look with both eyes? No. The magnitude of who you are supposed to serve is still not realized in your head yet. All men are vain by nature, who are ignorant of God, and could not out of the good things that are seen. What are the good things? The good things. The weather. Oh, the weather's bad. People need to stop bad-mouthing God's weather. God controls the weather. Man don't control no weather. Man tries to. And in doing so, he messes stuff up. And God was who allowed him to do that. Nothing goes down without the Most High God. Okay? He works this, and they say, people don't look at the sun and the moon and say, oh, wow, somebody had to make that. Who's controlling that? Nobody say that. What they say is, oh, look at the sun. We need the sun. We need the rays, photosynthesis, greenhouse effect. Time sheet.
Neither by considering the works did they acknowledge the workmaster.
The works. You looking around, you see the works, but you don't acknowledge the workmaster. The one who made all of these works. You put it on something else. You say it's a big bang.
Yeah.
You say it was just a big, giant, nothing was here, nothing was here, nothing was here. And all of a sudden, the combustion went down. Where all this stuff come out from?
I don't know.
Where it came from?
Tell me.
What caused the combustion?
You tell me.
What caused the explosion if nothing was here before that?
Stop taking away from the word of
Stop
God.
taking away from the Most High God.
Power of the spoken word.
Whatever went down, God said it and it happened. That's it, man. That's it. Tongue sheet.
But deemed either fire or wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the violent water, or the lights of heaven, to be the gods which govern.
They don't look at these things and say there has to be one that made this and controlled it, right? They look at it, they look at the fire, and they worship it. That's where the fire gods come from, and that's why they used to sacrifice their children to the fire god. And you got wind. And you look at the wind, they got a god for the wind. They got a deity for air. They got a deity for the circle of the stars. That's astrology. All right? The violent water. The seas, they got a deity for the seas, for the waters. The lights of heaven to be gods, which the lights of heaven. What are the lights of heaven? Sun, moon, and what? Stars. Told y'all last week, that star worship is out. Can I wear a t-shirt with the sun or the moon? No. So I can't wear it with stars either.
Right.
Term sheet.
But deem either fire or wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the violent water, or the lights of heaven, to be the gods which govern the world.
And that's how it is up until today, term sheet.
With whose beauty, if they being delighted, took them to be gods? Let them know how much better the Lord of them is.
That's why we don't look up and marvel and Oh, look at the eclipse. No, let's get ready. The eclipse is going up. And look at shooting stars. Say a wish. Take a wish. We don't do these things. These things don't amaze us because we know the one who created it. That's what this means. Let them know how much better the Lord of them is. How much better God is of the stuff you looking at and driven to worship. Okay? He said, for the first author of beauty has created them. God is the author of everything.
That's right.
Not Diana. That's who the Statue of Liberty is.
Yeah.
Not Aphrodite. Not Isis. Okay? But that's what people put it at. The author of beauty is God. God made beauty. He made everything. He made smell. All right? Tell she.
For the first author of beauty had created them. But if they were astonished at their power and virtue, let them understand by them how much mightier he is that made them.
You think the sun is hot? One of God's eyeballs is 10,000 times brighter than that sun. He is much greater than his creation.
That's right.
Tell she.
For by the greatness and beauty of the creatures,
For by the greatness and beauty of the creatures, proportionably the maker of them is seen. I will explain that. Be looking at the fish, right? I say it out loud sometimes, I'm saying to myself, and I say, oh wow, look at how they behave. Look at how they show some signs of intelligence. Look at how they do this, right? And you know what I say after that? I said, Most High God, creator of heaven, earth, and everything. Give it to him because he created what looks beautiful to you.
Right.
What that animal, what this landscape. God is the one who created that view for you. So you got to give it up to him. So now you will be able to appreciate God by his creations instead of worshiping it. That's what I do when I look at the fish. I say, oh, wow, look, wow, this one here don't do. This fish is different. He's equipped. This guy's equipped with teeth. This guy's equipped with claws. This fish got wings. They all got a defense. This guy ain't got none of that, but he can change color. You ain't gonna see him. God did that. That's the beauty you're supposed to look at and say and give God his promise.
Right.
Tell she.
but yet for this they are the less to be blamed. For they peradventure err, seeking God and desirous to find him.
I'm seeking the Lord. How many people you've met that said, I'm seeking God? You know what I noticed? 20, 30 years ago, when people said they were seeking God, they found the true and living God. Nowadays, I notice people say they're seeking God, they find him, and they run from it. They don't even get pushed. They run from it. This generation here is worse. Oh, but I'm seeking God. Okay, well, look. You don't follow that God. You don't follow all the main gods of the world. You followed your own self, made yourself a God. Now the truth is here. When they hear the thou shalt not, that's what turned them on. Now, there are stronger people back then than now. Time sheet.
For being conversant in his works, they search him diligently and believe their sight, because the things are beautiful.
They
that are
believe
seen.
their sight. So that's why they said, look, man, I can't believe in nothing I can't see. That's why they say that. Time sheet.
Howbeit, neither are they to be pardoned.
They're not getting excused either. Even in their ignorance. But I gave, you know what God is saying? I gave man enough sentient knowledge and intelligence that you can question. They say, man, this ain't it. Somebody made this stuff. This is too perfect. This stuff is too beautiful. No man could come up with this. And that's when your search for God will be your quest. You will be found of God. But he said, I'm not pardoning nobody because nobody think like that no more. Nobody even thinks like that. Tell she.
For if they were able to know so much that they could aim at the world, How did they not sooner find out the Lord?
Man, you're such a scholar. You know this. You know science. You know what's that? Astrophysics and this, that, and the third. You got professors, very smart. They have knowledge and everything, but they don't have no knowledge of what is right or wrong before the true and living God. That's what that means. You got knowledge of everything. Yeah, you're a smart whippersnapper, but you still fall short because you don't know God. Tongue shoes.
But miserable are they, and in dead things is their hope.
Miserable are they. This is why people, they're living their life how they want, right? And they're still miserable. You got people that got money and they still miserable. Money don't make everybody happy now. Okay? Might make you happy. Don't make everybody happy and bring more problems. Sometimes, hey, you want money? I'm gonna give you the heart your own lust. And you do your own hurt with that money. Yeah. I know a dude, he got paid, right? I don't even know how, but he wound up with a couple of mil. See about here. He bought a Porsche. He bought a Porsche. And he died in that Porsche. He got stuck in that Porsche. Somebody crashed into him. And he got stuck in that Porsche. And it blew up with him in there. Now, if he ain't never had that money, his life would have went another way. He would have died later or in another way. God gave him that money just so he could buy that Porsche. 2 weeks later, sit in it and die. He didn't even get to enjoy it. Look at all these great rappers, Biggie, Tupac. They didn't enjoy their money. They were made famous after they what? Died. Worship of the dead. That's when everybody gonna love you and miss you and talk good about you. That's what the wicked do. That's what Egypt. This is coming from a long line of death worship from Egypt. Township.
And in dead things is their hope.
Dead things is their hope.
Who called them gods, which are the works of
This is why they have anniversaries of dead people. Okay? This is where this comes from. Because they're miserable. And their hope is in dead things.
Right.
Just like the prominent Egyptians, the most skillful and whatever. People big them up so much, and God visited them for their abominations. They were the first nation on a wide scale to get visited by God. Because they were the first world power also. And God said, don't follow the Egyptians, but I don't want you to hate them either.
Because you was a stranger in their land.
You was in this house.
That's right.
You out here crying about their leeks, their onions. You're crying that you want to go back and eat by the flesh pots. So guess what? Don't hate them. But you're going to follow my ordinances. You can't follow their ordinances, but you're not going to hate them. Meaning you have to treat them a different way than you did everybody else because you lived in this house. We fed you. This is a godly trait. God looks out for these things. You don't like when you turn and show evil for a person that fed you. It's best to stay away, right, than to be around the person and restoring evil to them.
Right.
Don't you?
Which are the works of men's hand, gold and silver, to show art and resemblance of beasts also. The middle of 10. But miserable are they, and in dead things is their hope. Who called them gods, which are the works of men's hands, gold and silver, to show art and resemblance of beasts.
To show art. You know what art is, right? This is part of what the Greeks introduced to the world as Hellenism. See, everything that's going on, the Greeks took everything that was wicked and evil before them and incorporated into their stuff. And this is the world we live in today. Okay? Art, museums, paintings, portraits, imagery. This is you got paintings that cost millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's right.
That's value. Something that's an abomination is value. You see, in dead things is their hope.
Mm-hmm.
That's their art. We don't have art. We don't have sculptures, painters. We have builders. We have destroyers, and we have builders in Israel. But there was nobody sitting down. Well, sit down right there and pay me 3 shekels, and I'll do a portrait of you. They didn't do that. Image is automatically hated by God, whether you bow down to it or not. It's an abomination. So this is what art is. They didn't have that in there. That's why we didn't have what you call it, zoos. Go and buy wild animals and cage them up, just so people could come in there and look at the animals and take pictures and don't feed them. How you gonna bring wild animals around food? Where food to them? Okay, and if they really want, they can break out. Man, all of the ways of the heathens, what you will call fun, and kiddie fun, and all of these things is abomination to God. Tamshi.
To show art and resemblance of beasts or a stone good for nothing, the work of an ancient hand. Now a carpenter that felled timber.
No, look, a carpenter, a regular carpenter. We had carpenters from ancient world.
Right.
You had stonesmiths, blacksmiths, carpenters, fishermen, you had sailors, you had all of that. He said, no, this is what a regular carpenter does. Okay, that felled timber. Timber is the trees, wood. Felled means this is the carpenter. Today, you're a carpenter, you got to buy wood.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, you go out to the field and lumberjack. I mean, you cut the tree down yourself. So he said a carpenter goes and he cuts the tree down. He felled timber. After he had what?
Now a carpenter that felled timber, after he had sawn down a tree, meet for the purpose, and taken off all the bark skillfully round about.
Yo, that take a long time. I cut trees down, taller than this building across the street, right? And got to strip it. Strip it of its branches, leaves, and bark. That's work. You don't need to exercise when you're doing work like that. Trust me. All of this is what we do, right?
Right.
He said, you take off the bark. He said, and has wrought it handsomely. You know what he did? Wrought, meaning he made something out of it. He worked it, chiseled, did it, right? He said he made a vessel.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. You can do that. You can take wood and make a house. You can take wood and make a ship, make a chariot. He made a vessel. Okay? They're fit for the service of man's life. Meaning the trees, the wood, all of these things is for you. It's to serve you. You take it and use it as your leisure, right?
Mm-hmm. And after spending the refuse of his work,
now
to dress his
the
meat,
refuse is
the remaining.
The remainder, stuff he didn't use, the scraps. Tamshi.
To dress his meat, had filled himself, and taken the very refuse among those which served to.
All right, now he took the refuse of his work, he took some of it and made a fire, okay, so he could eat. Because the purpose is the wood serving man, okay, Tamshi.
And taking the very refuse among those which served to no use, being a crooked piece of wood
and full of knots.
Full of knots.
All this thing here is a piece of wood. Okay? Tamshi.
Had carved it diligently.
Now I took it and I carved. I start carving. When you carve something, you're making an image, a likeness, a resemblance of something. Okay? But what you're making there is still a dead piece of wood. Tamshi.
When he had nothing else to do, and formed it by the skill of his understanding.
You heard that?
Fashioned it
when he ain't had nothing else to do. He ate, he made a shit, boom, he ready to move out. He sit down. He ain't got nothing to do now. He said, let me make something with this rest of the wood here. He start carving, right?
Number 13. When he had nothing else to do, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fashioned it to the image of a man.
He carved it, and he carved it to the image of a man.
Or made it like some wild beast.
Or made it like a wild beast, like a lion. Okay? I can't take my maquel, my staff, my maquel. I gotta leave it the way it is. I can't etch somebody's face or head, or a lion head, or a fish head, or a bird. Or that's image. I don't created an image. I don't carved out an idol, a god. And believe it or not, but I'm not praying to it. It is a god. God say it is a god. He said that. Because you made it now. You got other gods. You got gods in your house. Tom sheet.
Or made it like some wild beast, laying it over with vermilion, and with paint coloring is red, and covering every spot therein.
That's why we don't deal with coloring books for the kids. Images and what they do. What you do with the coloring books? You color. You fill in the coloring of the image. Same thing. It's where they got coloring books from. It's where they get toys from. Okay? Highlighted. What you highlight, you use colors to highlight, to draw, attract attention. Come sheet.
And when he had made a convenient room for it, set it in the wall, and made it fast with iron.
See what he did? He made room for it. He said, I'm gonna set it up right there in that corner there. And then he set it. He put it to where it can't fall, because it can't hold itself up. He has to set it. He has to plant it so it can't move. Tom sheet.
But he provided.
No. He has to set it so it can't fall, because it can't move on its own. Or if somebody bump it, then it's gonna fall. So they have to get it and keep it so it won't move. And fasten it. Tom sheet.
But he provided for it that it might not fall.
See?
Knowing that it was unable to help itself, but is an image and had need of help.
It needs help. It can't do nothing for itself. For you to sit that thing, if that tree, if you put the Christmas tree on the floor and lay it down, it's gonna stay there. As long as you keep it there. It can't get up on its own. You gotta put the lights on there. You gotta light that up. And then you gotta prop it up. Tom sheet.
Then make it he prayer for his goods, for his wife and children.
See, now that man took the same wood that he made a ship with, a vessel with, and that he used to make fire to serve him, so that he could eat to warm his food up. And then with the rest of it, he made an image out of either a man, woman, child, animal, right?
Right.
He colored it, painted it up, have it looking real nice and pretty, right? And then he starts to pray to it.
And it's not ashamed.
God don't pray to his creations.
That's right.
His creations pray to God.
That's right.
Okay? So everybody that like to bow down to all these idols and setting up pictures and all that, you are greater than what you're worshiping. What you're worshiping was made for you. But then you turn around and be driven to worship it. Tom sheet.
Then make it he prayer for his goods, for his wife and children, and is not ashamed to speak to that which had no life.
He's not even, I'm looking at man, these people, man. They don't know about that thing.
They know it ain't alive,
man.
It's not even living.
It's not living. That thing can't do nothing for you.
Nothing.
And you treat it sacred. You treat it like it's holy. Yeah. Dead things are treated like it's holy. Abominable things treated like it's holy things. He said, for it is an image and have need of help. He said, it is not ashamed to speak that which hath no life. He don't even see that you look like an idiot. Bowing down to something that's not alive. Time sheet.
For health, he called upon that which is weak.
I'm calling on a piece of wood or a stock or something for help. And that stuff is weaker than me.
On a nigga that couldn't save himself.
And he could save himself. Ain't that something? I mean, people need to read the whole story and see if it really makes sense. How was he born? That ain't his father. All this time, the man thought, hey, man, that's my kid. Right? But then he was told, hey, she's pregnant. He said, well, wait a minute, now I ain't been around here for a while. He was going to kill her. Read the whole story. What man is going to, look, you ain't going to go into my wife and get her pregnant. No God does that. That's a demon, man. Demons do that. Time sheet.
For life prayeth to that which is dead. For aid humbly beseecheth that which hath.
So that's what the whole world is doing too. The whole world is alive and they're praying to dead things. And their hope is in dead things. Time sheet.
Least means to help. And for a good journey, he asketh of that which cannot set a foot forward.
That thing can't even walk. And I'm asking for it to give me a good journey. God said, ye are gods. I made you gods on this planet, man. I made you gods. He said, but you die, you fall like princes, but you're gods. You don't bow down to nobody but me. Everything down here is for you. That's why the dominion is cut. We cut our own dominion.
Right.
Time sheet.
And for gaining and getting, and for good success of his hand.
Good success of his hand.
Asking ability.
Gaining and getting. Good health and wealth. That's what people pray for. Time sheet.
Asked ability to do of him that is most unable to do anything.
Okay, go to the next chapter, but I want you to go down to verse 9.
Verse 9.
Now 8, start from 8.
The next chapter.
Next chapter.
Verse 8.
Yep.
But that which is made with hands is cursed.
That which is made with hands is cursed. Talking about these idols, the images, statues, busts, teraphims, toys, time sheet.
As well it, as he that made it.
That is cursed, and the one that made it is cursed, oh God. Time sheet.
He, because he made it, and it, because being corruptible, it was called God.
She said that's cursed because it's a corruptible thing, and then you go calling it God. Time sheet.
But ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God.
Everything that comes from the ungodly, their ideas, their inventions, their purposes, is ungodly to God. He hates that too. Time sheet.
For what? For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation.
God said, those dead things that they like to bow down to, I'm going to visit them too, like he did Egypt, like he did the Philistines. When they took the ark in the house of Dagon, the fish god, and had God's ark next to a statue of a fish god. When they came back the next morning, that statue's head was cut off, and it was put to kneel. Yeah. You see you laugh because you know it's dead. How did it get to kneel? God did that. God chopped his head off and made it bow. He visited their gods. Time sheet.
Because in the creature of God, they are becoming abomination and stumbling blocks to the souls of men.
Now this stuff has become a stumbling block for you. Look, every plague that God gave Egypt was because they was worshiping it.
That's right.
They worship frogs. Frogs is a fertility a fertility animal, an animal of fertility. Okay? Dirty frog. Those toads and frogs, them things are dirty. They live in swamps. They can give you warts and give you skin disease. Some of them are poisonous. A toad, a frog. But in Egypt, they were bigged up as gods. Some sheep.
And a snare to the feet of the unwise. For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication.
So you got fornication, right? When you fornicate in the physical, right? It's when you have sex and you're not married. Plain and simple. That's fornication. You're not supposed to be having sex unless you are married. Right?
Right.
Now, spiritual fornication is when you go worshiping anything else than the Most High.
Right.
That's spiritual fornicating.
Right.
That's why he called the children of Israel, he likened them to prostitutes and whores.
Right.
And likened them to a woman that's very promiscuous and have a bunch of strange lovers. He likened Israel to that. Because I'm the one that made everything. That's fake. And you giving what you're supposed to give, glory and honor you're supposed to give to me, you're giving it to them. So guess what? I'm going to let you go ahead with them, and the ones you following is going to rule you. So stop crying about the white man and slavery and all that. Enough with that. Everything, whenever people come up on another people to destroy them and to run them, God allowed that to happen. When he visits a nation, he has many different ways. It says 6 million ways to die. Choose one, right?
That's right.
6 million ways to skin a cat, right?
That's right.
That's us, 6 million ways. Imagine God. He got endless ways to visit a person, a house, a family, a group, a continent, a nation, a tribe, a people. Time sheet.
For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornications, and the invention of them, the corruption of life.
The invention of these idols is the corruption of life, because behind making this statue, Idol said, hey, we're going to come together on this day to honor this statue.
Right.
I'm going to corrupt. There's a corruption of life. And this thing spread to where everybody's doing it now. Time sheet.
For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever.
He said these things wasn't in the beginning like me. And they ain't going to be still standing tall at the end, at y'all end, like me. They don't, these things don't, it's just matter. It's just matter. Crude matter for us to use, not to worship and venerate. Time sheet.
For by the vain glory of men, they entered into the world.
How idols got, who the first person got vain glory of men. Men are so vain, so far away from God. Somebody had the idea to start making say, well, these are gods, these are the gods here, this is God. Nimrod tried to tell everybody, man, that's not God up there. God, I'm God. That's what Nimrod was doing. Time sheet.
And therefore shall they come shortly to an end. For a father afflicted with untimely mourning.
A father afflicted, meaning he's hurt, he's in sorrow with untimely mourning. Just untimely mourning, you know what that means? Oh wow. Look.
Yeah.
When somebody died suddenly. Somebody died suddenly. Everything was good, and he got sick, and 2 days later he died. That's untimely mourning. This just came out weak. All right, it's somewhere, okay, we know what's coming. But in this situation, he didn't know it was coming. Untimely mourning. So he's grieving. He said, when he had made an image of his child, soon taken away. When you go to the funeral, you go to the wake, you see who's dead.
That's right.
Look at pictures all over the place. You get the invite on Facebook in memory of this person. And you see a picture of that person when they were alive gets used now. When you go there, Some people don't even get buried in coffins. Some people get buried in their car. Some people get buried in sitting on chairs with all their jewelry on. People worship dead. A funeral is a big thing. People don't make it an abominable service now. Let me show you. Ishmael got circumcised at 13 years old.
Right.
His father circumcised him at 13.
Right.
And Isaac was 8 days old at the time.
Right.
You don't read about no day to be celebrated when you turn 13, do you?
No.
Do you?
No.
You don't read about anything to be done when a person turned 13. It just said, hey, he was 13 when he got circumcised. We move on, right? But people of the world today have made a religion out of that. They made a day out of that.
Right.
Every religion on this planet, something goes on when you turn 13. At first, it was only for the men. At the turn of the century, which is the 21st century, okay? In the years of the 90s, they started having bat mitzvah. Now the females have a version of what the men been having, okay? And it don't mean nothing. All the man did was get his father circumcised when he's 13. He found out from God about circumcision when his son was 8 days old and when this son was 13. That's it. Y'all made a day out of it. Y'all made a tradition out of it. Y'all made something out of it. So now in Christianity, it's called what? When you turn 13, you got to go communion. Communion in Jewish society and in Israelite society is bat mitzvah and bar mitzvah. We're not supposed to deal with none of that.
No.
That's Judaism. Judaism comes from ancient Babylonian paganism. That's why they use the 6-point star. So it's okay for Jews to use 6-point star. These people are ancient Europeans, ancient Germans, ancient Spaniards, Look, all these places that the Most High got the children of Israel spread it to. That's the people who made these strange traditions now. And then all of a sudden, sometime in the early 80s, they added Kwanzaa. So now you got Christmas, Kwanzaa, and Hanukkah.
Right.
And they're all about gift giving. They're all about lights. It's about parties. They're about the family coming together. They're all the same. Different culture, right? But it's the same thing. It means the same thing. I'm not lighting no menorah. I don't have to light a menorah. It doesn't say in there that we had lit menorahs. All they did on that day was make food and give out food portions.
Right.
It doesn't say they gave gifts, man. Let me tell you something, man. Gift giving has its roots in pagan rituals held during the winter. Remember, I was talking to y'all about winter solstice last week, right?
Right.
Gift giving has a lot to do with some worship. We don't give gifts. I don't wait for a certain day to give a gift.
Right.
I can buy a gift for you, but I don't need a day for it. There's no day for it. We don't have a day in here. Moses didn't have a day where he went out and gave gifts to everybody. Did he?
No.
You don't hear that with none of the kings. Time sheet.
When he had made an image of his child, soon taken away, now honored him as a god, which was then a dead man.
He's already dead. But you got the picture here. Memory of. That's what they're talking about here. This guy's my son. He died. It's a good son. I missed him. I can mourn. I can cry. But there's certain things in mourning we cannot do that the people do. We don't make images of anybody that's dead. We don't do nothing in their honor.
Right.
Like pouring out liquor. A moment of silence. We don't do that, man. These things are abomination to God. Tells you.
And delivered to those that were under him ceremonies
There we
and
go.
sacrifices.
Now honored him. He's dead. Now you honor him as a God now that he's dead, which is now a dead man and delivered to those that were under him
Ceremonies.
and sacrifices. You know what the ceremonies is? The funeral service, the way the parade marching the body around. Sometimes the body gets marched around, especially if it's a celebrity or a prominent person. He died 2 weeks ago, and they still got the body going all over the place, from California to New York, down Malcolm X Boulevard, parading them all over the place. These are things that the heathen we don't do. Okay? He said, now, ceremonies and sacrifices. The sacrifices is the food that is given at the ceremony for the day.
Repent.
Say it again, Imam. Repast. Repast. Everybody looks forward. Look. That's the bright star when somebody died. That's what? Anniversaries. They're all the same. When you have an anniversary of somebody's death, you're doing a repast over and over and over and over again. It's the same thing.
It shouldn't come out people's mouth.
Okay. Everybody all over the world got their version of it. We're not supposed to have that.
Right.
In Judaism, it's called Shiva. Shiva is 7.
Yeah.
They do a repast for 7 nights.
Monkey won't get mad at me. Man.
We can't do none of that, man. Our Father told us how to put him away, how to deal with his body, in a fashion that we weren't worshiping today. And it wasn't a week later. And see, a lot of people, oh man, why we just buried them already? Look, quick and fast. We don't play with the bodies. In Israel, somebody died, the quicker, the better. You get him under that ground. He's gone. It's not him no more.
That's right.
We worship dead things too much.
Fashies.
Thus, in process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong.
Oh, this is right here. Thus, in process of time, like we just read everything that went down. The carpenter, this is an ancient times, BC times, okay? And God, he's a carpenter. He go out in the woods, he cut a tree. He's not thinking about his son. He cut the tree, he make a ship, and that's a lot of work. He there all day. After that, it's time to eat. He make a fire with the wood, boom, 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 boom. Then now he's bored. So it's not good to be bored. Once you get bored, it's good to pray or start reading the book. Because when you get bored and you want to find something to do, you're going to get the wrong idea in your head. Okay?
Right.
It's a setup. So after what this carpenter did, said people, a little bit of people was doing this. It said, and in time, 100 years later, 200 years later, in process of time, okay, an ungodly custom, a day that was celebrated, or tradition, okay, all these things is an ungodly custom. It grew strong in time as people, generations come out. This generation come out. This custom was amplified and upgraded. And it kept going until we get now. Okay? He said, and it was kept as a law. Thus, in process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law. That's what's going on now. A lot of the things that God say is not correct, is an abomination, is this and that. Okay? It has been made and kept. It has been kept as a law by man. It grew strong because people say, oh, yeah, I'm going to start doing it. And next thing you know, not everybody in this generation will do it, but by the time the next generation comes, half is doing it.
Right.
When the next generation comes, only 75% doing it. When this generation comes, everybody doing it. In process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law. When people got married in Egypt and in Babylon, right? They wore the ring. Which ring? Here. The left, right? This here. This, the ring on this finger, when you get married and get engaged, comes from ancient sun worship. That's why we don't get married with rings in Israel. I don't have to give you no ring. The ring symbolizes the band of the sun god. It's higher than me and you getting married. We are getting married under the worship of the sun god. I don't want to hear nothing about no ring. No. Look, the heathen, the same people, when you go to jail, you can't wear that ring unless you show paperwork that you're married. So that's what counts. The paper. I don't have to have a service. Okay? I don't have to have a shower. There's no such thing as anniversary. This is an anniversary. Every 7 days. This is an anniversary. That God, when God created the heavens and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and ceased from his work, and he made that day sacred and hallowed. That's an anniversary that come up every week. He tells us the days for us to celebrate. He tells us the days to be joyful about. But we're more happy on those days than we are today. If look, if we had the tree in here, everybody would be singing.
Yeah.
Carol.
They're sounding all day. We reciting the Constitution, everybody's sounding dead.
We'll be caroled out.
We'll be caroled out. Deck the hall. Everybody be loud, from the littlest one on up.
Yeah.
You understand
Everybody
what's going on? Look, do you understand? Your drive ain't what it's supposed to be for God. Your motivation is not where it's supposed to be.
Everybody's the day. Tis the
Everybody
day
all
to
playing.
be jolly, nigga.
That's right.
Man. And then when those days come, dude ain't even got around the party, but he happy.
Mm-hmm.
He happy.
Mm-hmm.
He's celebrating. You don't even have to be there.
Birthday.
You got that spirit on you.
Yeah.
Birthdays too. Look, all those days is not in the book. The Pharaoh observed these days.
Mm-hmm.
God said, don't follow the Egyptians. He said, don't hate them, but don't follow them.
That's right.
So why you following the Pharaoh?
I don't celebrate birthdays, monkey.
And the birthdays ain't even for you.
Yeah.
Right.
The first birthday was for the devil himself.
Yeah.
He made an idol. The people made an idol, and they gave it a birthday. Jake got a birthday. Yeah, all of them got a birthday. All these gods got birthdays and deaths. You're not a god. We are gods. God said we are. He said, I'm God.
Right.
He said, and I made you gods, but you die like men, and you fall like one of the princes, because we are made in the flesh. He made us little G's to him.
That's right.
He don't like when we give our power to something that he made for us.
That's right.
It's kind of stupid. Think about it. Tell you.
Engraven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings.
And now, the president, leaders, all heads celebrate the same thing. These people hate those people because of their skin color, but they celebrate the same God. They celebrate the same tree. They celebrate the gift. What's up? It's a game going on.
Okay.
It's a game. You don't hate it. No. This is something different going on. Because y'all all got to say the whole world deals with these holidays. But they hate each other. But when those days come, everybody want to be peaceful. That's how the devil works. That's how he gets you. And you know what he used? The kids. Oh, but did you know this not for me? The kids. You know, the kids, they have to put the kids. It's for you. You don't even know what's going on with you. That paganism is an evil that is inherited and traditionalized. Tradition means it's passed down. Nobody said, hey, thou shalt honor your birthday. Nobody said that. But from when you're 1 year old, a baby don't know nothing yet, people are partying for you and the candle.
And he in the room
sleep.
I'm out. Sleep. Hot with brand new clothes on.
Crying all
He
day.
crying.
Day.
He don't want to blow no candle out. You forced them into this.
Crying all day.
You forced them into this, man.
You forced them into this. You ain't got to dress them up in no costume, man.
Right.
You ain't got to do. You know what God say. How I'm going to be talking about the Most High, and I put my kid in a warlock suit for Halloween. I make them dress up. I make them dress up. That's the trend now. On Christmas, the whole family wear pajamas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I see it. I see it.
And it's red.
Red and green. Red and green is those colors. You don't get a red and green sweater around here. You don't do that.
Thanksgiving too. So they do
Okay.
both now.
They do it. Yeah.
And
They do it for Thanksgiving too now. You see the whole family together. The father there. You know,
Yeah.
this is the way to keep the family together. Now, these laws keep the family together. First, stop having sex without being married. Okay?
That's right.
And then you, woman, you made your mind up to be with him and have kids. You ain't going nowhere. You shouldn't want to go nowhere. Humble yourself to your man and God, like God says.
Right.
And you children, y'all have too much minds of your own. It said, because judgment don't come down speedily on mankind. That's why their hearts are the same thing with the kids.
Right.
You don't beat the kids. You don't discipline the kids. Their hearts will be set on their own hearts of lust. And they're going to grow up and pick and decide what they're going to do.
Right.
Yeah. You can't let my Ima and my Abba did not play with us.
That's why I'm the way I am now.
That's why we like this.
You want to play it?
First comes discipline.
Games
They're
you
not
want
going
to
to
play?
learn. They're going to learn about God as we go along. Discipline.
That's why I'm the way I am
If
now.
I say sit there. Don't get up. Because if you can't listen to me, your father, or her, your mother, a simple command when you're young, you're not going to listen to God when you get older.
That's a fact.
That's why I tell parents, stop playing around and look. You ain't got to abuse the kid. You ain't got to abuse the kid. But you got to show some rulership, some
That's
force.
right. That's
They
right.
got to make them scared of you.
Right.
Make them scared of you and God.
That's
Because
right.
that's who they're supposed to be feared of.
That's right.
That Solomon spared a rod.
Spare the rod, you
Right.
spoil the child.
That's right.
And that child going to grow up and turn on you. They're going to turn on everybody else. And the last one going to be you. Because I didn't want to beat my child because I got beaten. And you didn't like it and correct. That's why you didn't do it.
Okay.
That's why you don't do nothing and you don't say nothing to your son and your daughter when they disrespect God's commands.
I'll break
and
them
they
up
do
though.
all of that. You let them rock because you didn't like it when you was getting corrected, being punished. So now you let them run around and do them. So guess what's gonna happen? Somebody gonna catch a bad one.
Yeah, that's me.
Don't care about it.
Somebody gonna catch you. No.
Don't love them.
The heathen is God's sword.
Okay.
And me too. I'll be the one to chastise your child. Let him play
Okay.
games.
Okay? Nah, the Most High ain't gonna let you, he ain't gonna suffer you to have to catch a body and go to jail over some wicked dude. He'll have them do it. You good. He ain't gonna use you to do that.
That's a fact.
He ain't gonna use you to do it. He gonna lead them out there. He said the Assyrians is my rod of anger and the heathen is my sword.
And before that happens, they're gonna flip on the parents first.
Oh yeah, that's what's gonna lead them out there.
They're gonna flip on
You
you.
gotta
first.
flip on the parents. Because after that, you on your own out there.
Yeah. They're gonna flip on
Because
you.
you only got one set of parents. You only got one mama,
They're gonna flip
one
on you
daddy.
first, nigga.
Once you not with them, you on your own.
Yeah.
God ain't with you.
Yeah.
And he's going to show you he's not with you by giving you everything you want.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, wow, since I left there, I
Weirdo.
cheated up. I done came off. That's
Weirdo.
that is the setup.
Weirdos, man. Weirdos.
Watch yourself, man.
Weirdos.
Where I'm at, y'all.
Verse 17. Whom men could not honor in presence because they dwelt far off.
I can't honor you. You're the king. We live far away. I can't come and present myself to keep sure you honor. So I make a statue of you over here. And I honor you through that. That's what they do. Michael Jordan got a statue. Sylvester Stallone got a statue. Jake got statues all over the place. As soon as you die, they get a statue of you. Watch what happens. The next NBA celebrity star that dies, there's going to be a big statue. This is what they do. This is how they worship their gods. This is how they worship the dead. I can't keep it, man. This is my man's t-shirt. He died. And this t-shirt, I'm keeping this t-shirt. Nah. Now you worship, you ain't even worshiping him, you worshiping this. This thing. It's not even an image now. Boy, man, piece of cloth that somebody died in, unclean. And you worshiping it, you cherishing it, you making it holy to yourself. Tamshi.
They took the counterfeit of his visage from far and made an express
The
image
counterfeit, meaning the fake. A picture of somebody is a fake replica of the real thing. So it's counterfeit. That's why they took the counterfeit of his visage. They took his picture from afar and made an express image of a king whom they honored, to the end that by this, their forwardness, they might flatter him that was absent as if he was present.
Worshiping the dead.
Don't get caught up. No. Don't get caught up. If you can attend, if you have it to come out and gather on the Shabbat, do so. Don't stay home when you could come out and say, I'm tuning in. Don't get too used to tuning in. There is a time when you're going to have to stop tuning in. Yeah. There's people very close that tune in. There'll come a time when you're going to have to stop. Oh, no. Something happened in your life, right? You don't want that something happened in your life. And now, I ain't got to worry about not seeing you no more here every Shabbat.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait until that. God got to deal with you like that? He deal easy with you. You know what? Shut your mouth. You do what he say.
You can get kicked out. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. Easy, quick.
That nigga's a lifetime
Here
streamer.
today, going tomorrow.
You're a lifetime streamer now.
Now you're stuck. And then in a while, that is going to go.
Or
That is going to go.
or not
Don't
even stream,
stay
bro.
stuck.
Not even stream. God
Okay.
gonna kick you to a place
All right?
that
He's a lifetime streamer.
So they might flatter him that was absent as if he were present. Meaning, I wasn't there, but I got your picture here. I got the statue. We put it. Doesn't work. Promise you.
Also, the singular diligence of the artificer did help to set forward the ignorant to more superstition. For he, peradventure, willing to please one in authority, forced all his skill to make the resemblance of the best fashion.
Go down to verse 21.
And this was his.
Listen, y'all. Listen to this verse. Read it.
And this was an occasion to deceive the world.
This was an occasion to deceive the world. Do y'all understand that? God, everything we did, all this stuff, God, that was done from BC time, that has been kept as a law made strong now, okay, is an occasion to deceive the world.
Got him.
That's why it's hard for you to believe these words of God.
Got him.
Because everybody in the world for so long has been receiving other words. I understand. But see, this is where God said you got to break yourself. A broken spirit is the spirit that you break to serve God. Your spirit. I had to break the evil spirit I had to serve God. That's a contrite spirit. That's a broken spirit. Not broken, not that type of broken. Broken, the spirit that is broken for God in order to do laws. Because man in the world is deceived on this occasion to honor dead things and idols. No Israelite is supposed to have pictures in their house.
Okay.
In the law, God states that he hates Temuna. Temuna is pictures in Hebrew. He said he hate images. He hate pictures. He hate idols. He called them abominations. You're not supposed to have these things in your house. It's not supposed to be on your clothes. It's not supposed to be in your kids' room. You're not supposed to have toys. Toys were made after the celebration of ancient people's gods. I'm going to go serve that God, and my little son got a toy of that same God there to brainwash him, so that when he grow up, he recognize that as his God. this was an occasion to deceive the world, for men serving either calamity or tyranny did ascribe unto stones. Look, good, it said this deceived the whole world. Good and bad. Good purpose, tyranny, calamity, whatever that happened, it was designed for them now to pray to stones and stocks. The incommunicable name.
Come on, man.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong with you fools?
I'm gonna read this again. I really need y'all to pay
Small
attention to
people,
this.
man.
This was an occasion, the idolatry came up to deceive the world, to make everybody think this is God or that's God, or there is no God, or you're God. Anything other than the Most High. All right? For men serving either calamity, men that go through troubles, tyranny, they're getting oppressed, they're getting ran down. You see, you know what people do? They pray and they look for salvation, right? They ascribe unto stones, that's God, and stocks, the incommunicable name. They call the statues Yod He Wab He, the name we're not supposed to say, God's name, that Abraham didn't know, that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob didn't know. Abraham and Isaac and Jacob called him El Shaddai.
Are we fools?
And he told Moses, this was my name, all right, forever.
How slow can you
Oh,
be?
yo, mama.
Meaning this is what y'all could call it. No. You can't. If I tell you my name is Tugboat, you better call me Tugboat. If you call me anything else, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem. My name Tugboat. You know what I'm saying? No. My name Tugboat. You gonna call me what I want to be called.
You can't call the
You
president.
can't call.
You can't call the president Joe.
No, you better
Niggas
not.
gonna dope you up.
You better not.
You got to say
Mr. President, sir.
So the president got more honor than God?
But see, that's the thing.
It's cut off.
You're so cut off. God ain't in
Cut
the
off.
picture.
You're not gonna know about it.
Okay.
It's cut off, man.
The incommunicable name, meaning this is the name you do not use to communicate with. That's what it means. Communicate with yourself in prayer or even praying to God. You can't use his name, Yod He Wab He, and in prayer to him. You can't mention it.
Niggas that mention God's name,
He's holy, man.
it's cut off.
There are certain things with God that's holy, and his name. Oh boy, you don't know how holy his name is, man, and he had died for
It's
that
the
name.
only spot they don't call God name.
Okay? The temple was made for his name.
Talking about.
David said, yo, man, the heavens and the whole of heavens can't contain you. You can't even fit in the heavens. That's why you gotta sit on top of it.
And put your feet on
You're
it.
too big.
Put your feet on it.
Leg from down
Put his feet on it.
reach all the way down to the earth.
1 foot. Footstool.
Come on, man.
The earth is his footstool.
He's big, man.
That's why Negroes are
And-
sacrificing.
He's so holy and so just and so correct and right. We are not able. We are not holy enough to say his name. That's why we have attributes. Okay? So, and you know what I noticed too? Some people call their parents by their names today.
Some do.
I see that now.
Yeah, I do see.
I see that. Everybody got their own. That's why it's out of whack. But right here it says that they pray to stones and wood and they call it Yod He Wab He. The name, why they don't say the name here? It says the incommunicable name. The one that wrote this didn't even want to write it. Because you're not supposed to even write it. The person that wrote this, I don't know, the Greeks wrote it. He ain't that smart, he ain't that stupid. Certain things they knew.
Yeah.
Why do you think the Pope don't mess with the artifacts that was in the temple?
And that's his
Like
spot.
Belshazzar did.
He could go in there. if he
Let them
wants.
go in there right now. He ain't going in there.
They know.
He know better.
They know.
He said, man, these are mine.
Only one man had the courage to do that.
And look, he died that night.
His knees smote himself that night.
Belshazzar, he died that night. That's when the writing came on the wall.
Yo,
Mene, Tekel, Upasi.
like this. Look, it said his knees
Come on,
smote
man.
himself, man.
Yeah, when he saw that, he got scared. You know what he was doing right before that?
Peeing himself.
You know, guess what? It was a New Year's party. It was a New Year's Eve party. And
Had females.
so happy,
Females drinking out the holy.
he sent to go get all the utensils that's in the temple. When he brought them out, Look, man, they're drinking out of it. There are women drinking out of it. The governors, the noblemen, the women, the king, this all these concubines, woman unclean, woman on time, everybody drinking out of these things. That brought up the wrath of God. The visitation of Babylon. Babylon fell that day. Y'all know that, right? Y'all hear about Babylon? Babylon fell that night. Cyrus the Great, okay? Persian. You know about the Persians? This was the beginning of the Persians' run. Cyrus had a nice idea. Can't get into this city, but only one way in, one way out. The sewer. They had sewers back then. They had pipes, they had water, they had conduits. David made conduits. Hezekiah fortified them. So guess what? You're going in. And they went in through the sewer and came up in the city and smoked everybody that was drinking out of them cups.
Son, and then he told son, he passed that information down.
He passed it down.
Down.
Nobody ever did it again. When Rome ran up in Jerusalem in 70 AD, that's the last time the temple was there. In 70 AD, when they took all the utensils out, they took it straight to the Vatican City. That's where everything that was in the temple, that's where it's at right now, in the Vatican City. It's been there since 70 AD. Okay? Nobody goes in there. You know what the padlock look like, right? They got a padlock that's bigger than this chair. Nobody goes in there. Not the Pope, not the bishop, not the cardinal, nobody. Because the one thing they realize, they know, this God, that the true and living God, that's his stuff. Right. That stuff is a hallowed. We can't touch it. Touch it.
But this was an occasion to deceive the world. For men serving either calamity or tyranny, did ascribe unto stones and stocks the incommunicable name. Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of God. But whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace. For while they slew their children in sacrifices, or used secret ceremonies, or made revilings of strange
secret
rites.
ceremonies, masons. No, I mean, why am I hearing Israelites or Masons? Israelites not supposed to be Masons. You're not supposed to be Masonic. What's going on? Are you a Hebrew or not? Did you actually change your life over and convert to serve God? But that's what a Hebrew is. You're not supposed to have this going on. Secret ceremonies. That's Masons, man.
Masons are
That's
devil
Masons,
worshippers.
man.
The majority of Israel is Masons.
Israelites are supposed
worship.
to be Masons.
Y'all
You're not
devil
supposed to be a
worshippers.
part of no lodge.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be no part of no club. You're not supposed to be a part of nothing.
Y'all devil
you don't
worshippers.
sing because you gotta take oaths and allegiances.
Yeah, y'all devil
okay? And rituals.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All call themselves Kohens, devil worship.
Time shoot.
Yeah. I go.
They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer.
No.
undefiled.
You see now because of this, because of the idolatry, listen now, everything is out of whack. It said they neither kept lives, their lives stayed defiled, and marriages. This is when marriages became unsacred. There was a time the man ain't going nowhere. I don't care what we go do. The woman ain't going nowhere. I don't care if he cheat on me 700 times. There was a generation of women that didn't care about that. Now, it's marriage. Nobody wants to get married. Everybody who gets married doesn't stay married. Nobody goes by the rules of marriage. It's not sacred no more. They neither kept lives nor marriage any longer undefiled. Okay? Men start sleeping with married women. Adultery. So now he's defiled. And this thing became the way of the world. Everybody started doing it. Tells you. He said, but I got you. But either one slew another traitorously. Okay? Or grieved him by adultery. Either I killed you because I'm in love with your woman. That's what was going on. Or the man, he's grieved, man. He hurt, man. He just found out his woman. Is messing with Mikey over here. And it grieves him. Look, it grieves a man to the point of murder. homicide.
First come the jealousy.
A man's jealousy,
Then the anger.
a woman's jealousy ain't nothing over a man's jealousy.
You catching bodies.
He cheating on me too. Look, we kill our jealousy.
Bodies.
All right. Women not supposed to get jealous because you're a woman. We are made to be shared. They don't like to hear this. Okay? We can have more than one wife. You're not going to be the only wife I have.
Not be the only female I look at.
I can look at her. Look.
I am not
No.
gay.
No, wait. Where's this thing where I can't look at another female? Look.
I look at other women.
She's walking. I look at her face, and I like how she look in the face. Did I do something wrong? I didn't think about getting with her. I like what I see right there.
You just look at
Stop it.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
They gotta stop that.
Yeah. What happened?
The men are American, the women are American,
That's right.
and the kids are American.
Right. That's right. That's
Okay?
right.
The men are American, the women are American,
That's right.
and I see the kids now. They're more American than the parents now.
Me.
And when they get older, they're gonna let you have it.
Me. Keep it moving.
Same way.
Keep it moving. All that. You don't
See, the
share.
mother's bringing up the
I don't
girls the same way.
You can get jealous. Your man ain't supposed to have enough.
Look. Look. What she talking about? She don't share. You don't share what? Food? Talking about.
All of these are the ideas and the mindset of American people,
Talking
the
about.
world.
It's true.
Okay?
Talking about.
You got certain countries, the women don't think like that.
It's
No. And they serve all kinds of abominations.
Facts.
They eat blood. They
Facts.
serve devil. But their man got 14 wives.
Talking
You
about.
want to hear something? I'm looking online, and I'm starting to see American women like, hey, polygamy is not bad.
Talking about. Man.
I'm serious.
Talking about, man.
Time sheet.
So that there reign in all men without exception. Blood, manslaughter.
Say that again, bro. Bring that back.
So that there
Where I'm
reign,
at.
verse 25.
So that there reigned in all men. Okay. Reign means to rule like a king, right? So now, in all men, what rules him now is manslaughter, blood, being a thief, dissimulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults. Tumults is when groups and people riots. You know what I'm saying? Disquieting of good men. I don't look. These two guys were good until I came in the picture and start going back and forth, telling this guy what hit. Now y'all two were good friends. I disquieted y'all friendship. This is what's been taken over now. He said, forgetfulness of good turns. You forgot what I did for you. And I didn't have to. I didn't want to, and I made myself do it. You forgot that. Forget. Don't rise up on people who did for you.
King. That's real talk.
And if this guy
That's real
say,
talk.
hey, man, yo, I'm about to bust him. She said, don't chill, man. I know he deserved it, but he looked out for me. That's going to make me stop.
King.
I'm still going to bust your head.
King.
But because this guy here, I said hello. People did that for him. But he didn't do that for me. No good. That's not good thinking,
He
man.
held my father down.
Yeah.
I said he held my father down.
Yeah.
I
Say
said
it
he
again.
held my father down.
So I can't deal with him that way.
You good. You different.
Yo, bro, he did
I'm gonna
that.
put my feelings to the side.
You got
Like what Solomon said.
put your feelings to the
Just what
side.
Solomon said. You ran with my father. Well, go that way.
He said, but you said you deserve to die. He said you deserve to die.
Go that way.
He said, but
Go that way.
I'm
But you ran with
honoring
my father.
the stuff you
I ain't
went
gonna
through with
bust your
my
head.
pops, man.
That's the only reason I ain't gonna bust your head.
Look,
We ain't got to be together.
Sometimes our father and our mother, they tell us, they say, hey, man, look, that guy right there, look, never mind this and never mind that.
Bust your head.
You may see me complain about the brother, right? And be mad at him, but you can't get that way. I'm the father. Certain things the father can't do, the son can't do.
That's a fact.
You got to do that with your sons.
It's like Solomon said. You ran with my father. But go that way.
But look. That's why you're gonna live.
That's how you're gonna live. That's why I won't bust your head.
He said you deserve to die. Because what he did, Yeah, he's supposed to die. But what stop it? What we can make an exception of? He said, but God said kill him. I said, hold on, man. God gonna respect this because the only reason why I ain't doing it because of my mother, my father.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
And God will look at these things.
Get away from me.
It's done. It's done. So
Facts.
it's over. I'm not gonna give you no ill face. Nobody around. I'm still going here at you like
Get
this.
away from me.
No, we can't do that no more, man.
That's a fact.
Look, we ain't kids, man.
I told him, he said, go that way.
They ain't
I don't
even
wanna see
kids.
you, nigga.
They ain't even kids. He said,
8 miles away.
oh yeah, you can't stay around because of what you did. But you get to live. Look. That man, look. Okay, I ain't gotta be here, but at least I'm it holds a lot of weight with the fathers, man. It said disquieting the good men, forgetfulness of good terms, defiling of souls. You know how I defile your soul? Tell you that it's okay to go eat out of McDonald's. I tell you it's okay to do something to defile your soul in front of God. Okay? Oh no, you ain't gotta believe that. Nothing happened to you when you die. Changing of kind. You know what that is, right? Men becoming women and women becoming men. Changing of kind. And it also means not just human beings changing their kind, which is their gender. They're doing it to the animals. All birds are hybrid now. All birds are related. What you would say is clean and unclean. They're all related now. They hooked them all up now. There was a time quails was not related to the chicken. Now they are. They're all no good. Changing of kind. Disorder in marriages. Hey, man, where's she at? But she ran off with the kids. Where he at? Oh, he ran off with some floozy. He left the girl that's with him serving God and yet to go with this floozy here. Adultery. Adultery for a man is when he laid down with another man's woman, wife. Or she's engaged. If she's engaged or she's married, you lie down with her, the man committed adultery. But the woman that committed adultery, once she's married, she cannot lay down with nobody else except that man.
I don't care if
Even if she's separated, even if he's in jail, okay? We cannot handle these things like Americans, okay?
Jail, married.
Don't you? They say, oh, I'm gonna finish this. And shameless uncleanness, for the worshiping of idols not to be named is the beginning, the cause, and the end of all evil. All evil is started by idolatry. He said, for either they are mad when they be married, or prophesy lies, or live unjustly, or else lightly forswear themselves. For insomuch as their trust is in idols which have no life, though they swear falsely, yet they look not to be hurt. Howbeit, for those causes shall they be justly punished, both because they thought not well of God, giving heed unto idols, and also unjustly swore in deceit, despising holiness. So even the people who never ran into this and never heard this, they still gonna get punished. The world is gonna get punished,
He is
whether
the God
you
of all
know or
flesh,
not.
man. He's the God of all flesh.
Shalom alaikum.
Baruch Hashem,
Baruch Hashem,
Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shema Shaddai. Blessed be the name of our God. Blessed be the name of our God. Blessed
Uno te leke. Umayam God. Uno te leke. Umayam God. Uno te leke. Umayam God. Uno te leke. Uno te leke. Umayam God. Yo, what do you give us, y'all? What do you give us, y'all? He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread, our water too. He gives us bread. He gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem. Hey, Baruch Hashem. Hey, blessed be the name of our God. Uno te leke. Yeah, he gives us bread and our water. Hey, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Blessed be the name of our God. Uno te leke, umayam God. He gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Elohim. Blessed be his holy name. Baruch Shemo.
Beat that. I was telling you to beat that there.